about it because da-da-da-da-da. But leading with the truth is our most powerful thing, and we have great truth. Like, truth is really good on our side because we're actually trying to build a country that works for working people. The other side is the one trying to break that kind of country, to break things for people at the top. So when we explain that that Democrats like bring down taxes for working families and bring up support, we want to expand Social Security instead of privatizing it. We want to fund public schools, and Republicans are trying to shred them and privatize them. That's all stuff that is true. We can back that up, and Republicans generally start lying and going on defense when we do that because they know that what they stand for is actually profoundly unpopular. But as Democrats, what we need to get a lot better at is expressing things in language that actually is how people talk about stuff in their actual lives. We use a lot of acronyms, we use a lot of percentages, we use a lot of like 6-point plans, and making things really simple and plain and clear, and explaining who it is who rigged the system and who benefits from a an economy that often is about maximizing profits for people who already have billions of dollars. Like, explaining that builds trust and credibility because it starts with honesty and clarity. And sometimes it pisses people off, and that has to be okay. I think that one of the things about media bias and also about human brains is that media tracks conflict. There has to be a fight for people to pay attention. If you just say, I want to do this good thing, and no one objects, then it's actually too boring for anyone to pay any attention. And so I think for Democrats, sometimes you have to be willing to lean into a conflict where the right is going to get pissed off and provoked and react and push back on the other side. And that's where if you have 100 people on a playground and 2 people start fighting, everyone clusters around those 2 people. And Democrats need to be the ones picking fights around things that actually matter to people in real life if we want to shift attention from the fights that Republicans are constantly trying to pick, which are about dividing people. And I think that's a shift in how we think about how we communicate that we're going to have to embrace in this era where so many of the megaphones are controlled by the richest people in the world who are trying to break the country against everyone else.
Yeah, one of the big issues that I see a lot in the media, there's a guy that does alternative media stuff, Brian Tyler Cohen, who he calls it the both sides media.
Yes.
And it's this frustrating thing where on the right, it's never both sides. Not only is it never both sides, like you'll notice that the only time we really learned the names of people in an administration is when it was Trump's presidency, because it's never Trump's fault. Yep. It's somebody else in his administration's fault. It's either Comey's fault or it's Fauci's fault. But then when it's somebody in Biden's administration, it's Biden's government, it's Biden's administration.
Yes.
Like I'll hear people say, like 2020 was the worst year for misinformation ever. And it's like, well, who was president? But they never say that.
Yeah.
How do you get the media to have more of a backbone when we talk about profit incentives? Conservatives have successfully cast themselves as David and Goliath simultaneously, where you have, they pretend to be the underdog, and Fox News is massive.
Yes.
And then as soon as you feed into, or not feed into, but as soon as you try to fight against these conservative narratives at all, it seems like you get labeled with that's Trump derangement syndrome, and that's not true, and, you don't even know what Republicans believe in anymore. They'll say, like, well, we don't want big money interests in, but Elon is actually really cool, and we're really happy that he bought X, and, and the fact
Maybe
that...
you should buy TikTok. There
yeah,
you go.
like I have, for the first time in my life, I've got conservatives in my social media things, because I'm fighting against, because Zuckerberg has come out and has now said, well, Biden pressured us for all this and that. It's like, where's the evidence? He's not posting, where's the actual truth of this? Yeah. And for the first time, I'm seeing conservatives say, what, you don't believe Mark Zuckerberg? And I'm like, what, and you do? Like, yeah, the environment is just so rough. What do you think, as a DNC chair, like, what capacity do you think you have to build out both mainstream, because it is still important, because whenever people say, like, oh, the mainstream media, they're not talking about Fox, they're talking about CNN and MSNBC. Right. How do you build out that relationship with the mainstream media and kind of like more alternative media figures?
So you have to have an all-of-the-above strategy, but it starts with having a war room that has people that are familiar with this. And I will say, the fragmentation of where people's attention goes, it is by generation, it is across race and ethnicity, it is across geography, and you need to pay attention to all that. And that means having people in the room who actually like spend their time in all these very different worlds, who are thinking about how to communicate and show up effectively. And then you go out and work to find and build and train communicators who can show up authentically, in these very different environments, and then you like support pitching them. And the thing that I think that, for better or worse, what Trump is about to do, whatever that thing is, and there's going to be a lot of those things, but almost certainly he's going to try to pass a multi-trillion-dollar tax cut for billionaires. Like, that is on the agenda for this year, because his last tax cuts are going to expire, and Congress has to either decide to let the biggest tax cuts for the wealthiest people expire, which Republicans won't do, or try to pass them again, which they will do. So there'll be a fight over trillions of dollars, and whether it should go to the ultra-rich or to anything else. And that is a fight we know is going to happen. And that will give us a chance to lean in and try to define this fight. And the right is going to squeal and it's going to freak out. And what typically happens in fights like this, Fox News doesn't even cover them. They try to change the topic to anything else, because these are when the right kind of takes off its mask and just tries to like grab money from working people and hand it to the ultra rich, Republicans get divided. Like most Republicans don't like this kind of stuff. It makes the power brokers in the Republican Party freak out to have any focus on it, and we need to make it unignorable. And we do that through organizing and protests. We do that through how we communicate. We do that through who's communicating about it. We do that through making sure that people who are directly affected are telling their stories to Republicans in ways that the media can't ignore. We did that in the healthcare fight in 2017, and when they tried to take away healthcare from tens of millions of people. And we're going to have to gear up for that kind of fight again. I used to work at MoveOn.org. MoveOn, the .org cleaner, was taken off the name. At MoveOn, we have a multi-million person email list, and we'd email everyone when the Republicans were trying to pass these healthcare repeal bills, and then organize them to go to Republican offices in their legislative districts and show up and have protests and go to Republican town halls and tell the story about what would happen to them if they lost their healthcare because of the Republican bills. And that became the dominant story in the news, and then became the biggest story in the election in 2018. And this is with tons of partners and allies, especially people with disabilities who were going to lose their Medicaid coverage, who would show up and make just unignorable the fact that Republicans were trying to hurt real people in order to help the super rich and big insurance companies. And that again, it goes to this point about the fight. The right operates under a set of rules that is just about compounding power for the most wealthy and powerful people in the world, and that is the terrain and the landscape. And if we're not realistic about that, and they're just going to keep rolling over us, we need to fight basically asymmetrically in a way that uses what we've got, which is real people who are affected by their policies, who are fighting for something better, and the ability to point out who benefits when they pull this stuff. But it is not easy at all because of exactly what you talked about. Like the right controls the biggest media engines in the country, and to defeat that, we have to be really creative about how we organize, and we have to show up relentlessly in places where Republicans don't expect us to.
Do you ever worry that sometimes people say things, but that's not actually what they want, that they're meaning something completely different? So, for example, I look at the conservative side, and I hear over and over again that pressuring the media, or pressuring alternative media, is a bad thing to do with, say, the FBI. A lot of people point to the Twitter files, which didn't say there was huge pressure from the FBI, but they'll say the fact that the FBI was even in communications with Twitter in and of itself was enough to show that there was pressure. Meanwhile, me along with every other person, on the Democratic side in the country was making fun of Mark Zuckerberg for essentially bending the knee to Trump. However, Trump was asked at a press conference, do you think he did this because of your threats? And Trump said yes. And Trump was on Truth Social literally saying, and I think in his book he also said, it's going to be prison for life for these people. Yeah. But then when you talk to a conservative about it, the party has moved so far. Before they would at least kind of play coy about it, but now the answer always feels like when they're doing something that I thought they were opposed to, they'll say, well, you guys did it anyway, so it's on our side, so actually I don't care about this. How do you figure out which issues to message on when it seems like maybe they don't care as much about it, or maybe they do and the messaging could change it? Like for the ultra wealthy, George Soros was supposed to be the worst guy in the world, but Elon Musk, there was an event where he happily said, well, I'm your guys as George Soros, and everybody's clapping, and it's like, okay, so I guess that's good then. What
the reality is this is always just about power.
Yeah.
On the right, it is always about, they complain about process when they can't complain about substance, and it's always a charade. This is about, they want the power to do things to everyone else, and they don't want anyone else to do anything to them. There was someone who tweeted, conservatism is about the idea that there are some people that are protected by the law but not bound by it, and there are some people that are bound by the law but not protected by it. And that's basically at the heart of how the right operates. And for Democrats and for the, I think, vast majority of people who either are Democrats or share values with Democrats and might not affiliate with either party, we actually think there should be, one set of rules that applies to everybody. There shouldn't be some people that are above the law. But for conservatives, it's actually about, you people should follow these laws and do what I say, and I should not have to do anything. I should not be bound by anything. It is unconstrained power. And you see that with the way that Elon Musk runs Twitter, right? It is, he started saying, oh, we need to be the free speech platform. We can say absolutely anything. And then he bans anyone he doesn't like. Like it is just about him exercising power and control. So I think that the big thing for us is not to get suckered in by their claims that they are caring about fairness or decorum or whatever. The thing that is most critical for us is to go to substance of what actually affects people's lives. And that's where I think Republicans can pull us off course, because complaining about their rule violations or the way they're trying to have it both ways is often a distraction from the things that directly affects people. And that's one of the things that, in the DNC chair that I want to do. And I want to work with folks in states. I want to work with unions. I want to, when Republicans are legalizing wage theft and making it so that you can not pay workers the money that they're owed, or making it so you don't have to pay for overtime pay, which is something Biden was great on, is making sure that people could get overtime who were working overtime. When Republicans are trying to smash unions, stuff like that directly affects people in their pocketbook, that Republicans are terrible on, that we make that a fight that Republicans have to answer for. Because there's a lot, unless you're really tracking this stuff super closely, the hypocrisy arguments are often hard to sort out, right? Because you did this and you did this and who said this first and da-da-da-da-da. But everyone's an expert on their own life. Everyone's an expert on whether they just got screwed. And everyone knows how much they just paid for their food, or whether they had to break pills in half because they couldn't afford to fill their prescription. And there are people who want the public to talk about anything but those things. They want to cloak all that in all kinds of mysterious economics, and then they want to make the conversation about something else. And I think bringing it back to those fights where the vast majority of this country is on the same page against the people trying to rig the system to rip people off, that is a source of strength for us. And when we can bring it to that stuff, the reason why young people can't afford houses in the country, the reason why it's so incredibly expensive to get a higher education, the reason why the reason why it can feel like the economy is rigged against you, when we go to that, that's actually a source of unity and strength for us across people who might disagree with us about other politics, across people who have all kinds of different skin colors, and maybe we're raised speaking a different language. Everyone needs the basic necessities of life, and that's the basis to me for building solidarity that allows us to make progress on everything else.
What do you see the role of the DNC chair being for? Do you think that is a role that is involved in the politics of the states and of the country, or do you think it's a role that's involved in empowering people who are involved in those things? How do you see increasing visibility to the chair, for example, and then picking which fights to have? Yeah,
so I think that the DNC chair is going to play a really important role in when there's a fight that unites Democrats and brings people who hate politics over toward Democrats and divides Republicans, because Republicans are trying to rip off the country or rig things for a few people at the top, that a DNC chair can help to communicate and help to bring a spotlight to that. And that's something that I've done a lot in Wisconsin. I did a lot when I was at Move On, and that's something that I'm really fired up to do as we go forward now if I'm elected DNC chair. It is also about setting the vision and strategy for a party that needs to build a whole bunch of capacity. We need to have people on staff who can help get a whole bunch of other people out into the press, who can help to build war rooms in states to be able to fight these fighting states after states. So one part is communication, one part is strategy and management. And in Wisconsin, we have the biggest state party on the Democratic side in the country. We sometimes have hundreds of staff. We always have dozens of staff. And what those staff do is they build neighborhood teams to go have conversations with people. They build organizing programs so people are reaching out to their friends, and sometimes that's face to face, and sometimes that's through group chats and all the different places that people interact. And then we build a communications operation, and we track what Republicans are doing and saying, so we can actually expose that to people. And we have all this work that builds the roads essentially that the candidates drive their cars on, because it helps every Democrat. When you increase Democratic turnout, people are going to vote for all these different offices, and you carry that forward from election to election. I think that you have to build essentially a strategy in each state that is tailored to the fights in that state, that is built around the laws in that state and who the candidates are and what the fight is with our partners and allies and with the union movement. And if we build that in each state, that also takes a lot of fundraising. And part of how you do fundraising effectively, in my view, is by explaining what you're going to do and that is through the press and through your email list or whatever, and then doing it and building trust by actually showing that you can win and deliver results. I want to get it so fundraising, mobilization, communication. That's the kind of like core of the DNC chair's job, but it has to be in the context of fights that actually matter to people if we're going to win elections.
What do you think has hampered the DNC the most so far in getting that done?
I think that part of it is that when there's a Democratic president, then the DNC is kind of a political arm of the White House, and that's I'm really grateful for Jamie Harrison as the current DNC chair, his leadership and his really hard work, but often decisions are made by someone else, not by the DNC chair, and that changes when we don't have the White House. And I with all respect to folks who are making decisions along the way now, we're in a different moment, and we need a different group of people to come in and make sure that the consultants that the party is working with are actually focused on people who represent all the communities that we need to fight in and have experience in all these different platforms and all these different places we communicate. And it's going to be a more diverse group of people that is more spread out across the country. It's not just a handful of shops in Washington, D.C. And then it should all be built around how we build a plan to win in all these fights across the country that often people have never heard of, like state Supreme Court races. We have one in Wisconsin on April 1st, which is going to be incredibly important. If Republicans get control, they'll rig the state again. If there's an ongoing kind of pro-democracy majority, then Wisconsin could become a blue state in 2026. In North Carolina, they had a state Supreme Court that flipped to the Republicans flipped it, and then they rigged that state so much that Democrats lost 3 U.S. House seats and Republicans have a House majority right now. And that's not the kind of race that is a huge priority traditionally for the DNC. But I think those kinds of races matter enormously. State legislative races, attorney general races, these things have enormous consequences down the road. And building a focus that is built out in each state where we are raising money and spending money in a way that reflects how we win at all those different levels at once. That's an essential part of what the DNC needs to do. So that's, it is different from how it's been for the last 4 years, and it's going to take a lot of building and a lot of work. But I think that'll be energized by actually feeling people getting the feeling and the experience of being in fights where they can see the impact of their work and their money and their blood and sweat and tears, being part of something bigger than yourself and then actually making a difference and feeling like you were part of winning that election and then seeing the change that comes from it. That's what gets people to stay involved in politics.
I guess one of the things that a lot of people are feeling after the election is very doomer, not good in terms of feeling. If you were trying to get more involved, or if you were giving advice to people who want to get more involved, what do you think are the punchiest areas that people could put their time into to not have that sinking feeling of dread for the incoming regime? In Florida, they managed to change our referendum rules, so even though the majority of the state voted in favor of bringing back abortion, which you would think is what a referendum is about, they had it so it was a 60% cutoff. It just feels like there's thing after thing after thing. Yeah, what is the advice you give to people for getting involved and not feeling horrible?
This is the rigging of the system, and it's intended to have that effect, is to make people believe and make it real that they don't have any power. And if you feel powerless, the first thing you should do is get some power, right? And so the way that you do that is by choosing fights where if everyone does everything they can, then you can win. And I think the DNC chair can help to identify those fights across the country, and then if you're wherever you might live, I would say join your state Democratic Party. It's actually every state party has a website with a join button, and you can join, and there's meetings. You can find out what the fights are that are coming up and what's going on. But also, if you're tuning in here to Destiny, you're going to hear about fights that are going on, and I think we know that every Tuesday there's an election somewhere, and January 7th, there were elections in Virginia for the state legislature that determined the majority of the state legislature in that state. And there's virtual phone banking that you can join from anywhere. And you're calling voters and you're talking to them about the election. It takes a little while to read up on what's going on, but then you call and check in, and you'll find a couple of people who didn't know there was an election, and you can help them decide to vote, make a plan to vote, and then they vote, and then we won those elections. April 1st in Wisconsin, Brad Schimmel, extremist politician, was the right-wing attorney general for 4 years and defended gerrymandering, the abortion ban, versus Susan Crawford, who's a great common sense judge. That'll determine the majority in the state Supreme Court in Wisconsin. That is April 1st, and anyone can get involved in volunteering for that right now. You can go to wisdems.org/volunteer, and you can do that. And if you're on Blue Sky and you follow a bunch of political accounts, you're going to find out about fights that are coming up, and you're going to find out about ways that you can volunteer in those fights. And it feels really good. It feels really good to actually take action on something that is bigger than yourself. And then, even if Trump is doing the worst stuff in the world, if you help to break a Republican supermajority in a state, your state or some other state, if you help to win, to flip a mayorship and have somebody who, actually believes in a city that works for regular people in some city, whether it's your own or someplace else, that feeling of being part of something bigger than yourself, I think, is the best way to address that kind of hopelessness. Because hopelessness often fundamentally is a feeling of powerlessness, and when you discover that you actually have the power, the people who show up are the only ones who have power in these kinds of fights. Most people don't do it, which means that the people who do, they have much more power than by any right they should have. And it's going to be election after election. This year, this fall, Virginia, New Jersey, and a whole bunch more, all the way through in 2026, 27, 28. There's just a huge number of ways that you can get involved in those battles, and if you're choosing the ones where, with our powers combined, we can actually win, then you'll have the experience of being part of a victory that delivers change.
Okay. Comment and then question.
Yeah.
So quick comment. Okay, for whoever wins this race, my God, I wish it was easier for people to get involved.
Yeah.
Because sometimes there's a lot of energy, and it's just really hard to know who, where do I go? What do I actually do? Where do I sign up? So if the DNC can be involved in anything, having those channels open would be so helpful.
Yeah, 100%.
And then, challenging question. One thing that I notice is very frustrating is everybody on the right and the center, huge air quotes there, it's so crazy because they will talk about how illegals are stealing the elections, mail-in ballots are rigged, everything is rigged, all this stuff is against you. But for some reason, it's like the most motivating thing in the world for them to go out and vote. It feels like there's an issue where it's sad to say this, but I feel kind of like a nerd when I go even on left-leaning shows, and it's I'm voting for Harris or for Biden 100%. For Biden initially and for Harris, 100%. Feels like there's sometimes a lot of energy around left-leaning causes, but it ends up feeling demotivating. No matter who we vote for, the war in Gaza is not going to end, or no matter who you vote for, they're all rigged and corrupt, and they're all bureaucrats, and nobody will change anything. Do you know if there's a way, or have you thought about how do you bring some of kind of that further left-leaning stuff more in line with, listen, we understand that you might be frustrated with the party or things that's going on, but at the end of the day, it can't be a question of nobody, or not there has to be some support. Yeah.
I think that it actually comes back to choosing zeroing in on fights where it's very clear who wins is going to affect something that is a fundamental concern that somebody has, and that a lot of activist energy is often around fights that are not one party has the answer that people are looking for, and so that's what's super demotivating, because it can feel like using politics to try to achieve that goal is just not going to work, and you can protest in the street, maybe that's not going to work either. And at the same time, there are absolutely questions that directly affect things that people really deeply care about, where getting involved can determine the outcome. And I'm sort of drawn to those fights like a moth to a flame. The fight in Wisconsin, we had an abortion ban from before the Civil War, that after the Dobbs decision suddenly, in effect, came into effect because no one knew if it was going to be legally enforceable. So every abortion provider in Wisconsin stopped providing abortion care in our state, and people had to leave the state of Wisconsin to be able to access care, and there were protests and there was marching, and then it was if we can win the state Supreme Court race in 2023, if we can re-elect Governor Evers and Attorney General Call and stop Republican supermajority, there's a path to getting this shut down. And so we're able to channel all the energy into that, and then it actually worked. And that law is now tied up in court, and it's going to go to the state Supreme Court. They heard arguments about it, and there's a very real chance that abortion ban gets totally thrown out. And I think, if you're for you as a streamer that is communicating to tons of people, spotlighting those kinds of fights where the outcome in elections is actually going to determine the outcome, and that people do genuinely, deeply, really care about it. A lot of those things are always on the line, and usually they're not on the front page. And I think the the way to get to build trust that it actually means something to get involved in politics is to be able to point really concretely to things that will be affected and determined by what happens in an election. And there's tons of them all the time, and they usually just don't get very much coverage. And that's it is, when I think about how to sustain my own energy doing this work, like I think about like kids who have asthma that can't afford inhalers. Their families can't afford inhalers. And my senator, Tammy Baldwin, who we just reelected, she went after the drug companies that had massively jacked up the prices and got them to bring them down, just basically by asking them, why did the price go up so much? And implicitly threatening that the government would actually do something about it. And there are kids, my kids have asthma. Like there's kids whose lives are going to be directly affected by whether you have someone in power who sees it as their job to show up for regular people, or who just sees it as their job to take down orders from the biggest corporations in the world. And that, I think that there's someone wrote once about the corruption of powerlessness, which is like when you feel like you have no power to affect anything, then it's easy to spin out into conspiracy theories or to just be absolutely cynical and critical about everything. When you find where your power is, when you find where you actually have leverage, then it can create a sense of like, oh my God, given that I have this power, I have to use it to actually do something good. Like with even a little power comes even a little responsibility, and it is such an easy thing to get trapped in feeling like you have no power. But there's so much that affects people in such massive ways that you do, that everyone who is tuning in this right now has power to affect. And how we respond to the Trump administration in our own states and where we live and how we get involved in politics, that is going to be our leverage. And that's, I think, bringing attention to those fights where if all of us get together, we can contain the damage and build something better. That's the place where we find help and a reason to actually get involved.
I think the social media has made it so all of the politicking in this country has become very national focused, and people, like you said, don't realize how important your state's attorney general or Supreme Court, or New York Court of Appeals, or your governor is. These are really important positions. Why you over any of the other people running? People are coming from a variety of backgrounds. People have a variety of ideas for the DNC. Obviously, everybody kind of wants to take it. Everybody wants to go different from where it is now, basically. Yeah. Why? What do you think makes you uniquely qualified for the role?
I think my unique qualification is that I have been on the front lines in a fight in a state that was rigged to turn into a bright red state, and I've been unrigging it. But it's essentially about track record, which I think speaks to the way that I engage in these fights. I'll say before I was the state chair in Wisconsin, being involved in this massive uprising was the number one policy priority for the Trump administration, which was to gut the Affordable Care Act and gut Medicaid. That was a fight we were supposed to lose on day one of the Trump administration. They had already practiced passing the bill under Obama, who vetoed it. They had the votes. They had this game plan. Trump had said he was going to do it on day one. And it was a massive uprising of millions of people that stopped them. And that became the number one issue in the 2018 elections. And I was right at the heart, working with this giant coalition of amazing allies and partners in the fight against repealing the Affordable Care Act. We're going to have fights like that. And I think I'm unique in this race in having worked with unions and with the Democratic Party and with the disability rights movement and with just people all across the country who took their power into their own hands and fought back against that and channeled that and mobilized that and communicated that in a way that defeated Trump's biggest priority and helped protect healthcare for tens of millions of people. And then I went home to Wisconsin, which had been rigged for Republican control, and I got to work with, again, thousands of people on the ground across the state to build a state party that has become a bigger and more powerful presence on the ground than any state party across the country. And that's partly because the stakes are so big, but also I think I've been able to bring this kind of energy to it that's helped us quintuple fundraising on top of the very strong fundraising that my predecessor, Chair Martha Lanning, did. That fundraising that is based on energizing and nationalizing and engaging people in seeing how, if they get involved, we can fight in a place where the stakes are so massively high, that allows us to mobilize tens of thousands of volunteers to fight in local races every year, in judicial races, state legislative races, congressional Senate races, and move Wisconsin from being to the right of the national popular vote in the previous two elections now to being more Democratic than the national popular vote in this election. Even while just neighboring states like Minnesota were getting more Republican. They had double the swing that Wisconsin had in the last election to the right, that we were flipping 14 state legislative seats while other states were losing them. and I think that my track record of being able to supercharge institutions and work with partners and allies to really build movements that move the needle in impossible fights, that's what the DNC needs, and that's what I want to do in the DNC. So that's the reason why I'm running. I have not dreamed of running for years and years of being DNC chair, but I feel like I'm ready to contribute something in this moment that can help to unleash energy from millions of people across the country. And this no shade on the other candidates, and I think everyone's in this because they want to make a difference. But the State Chairs Association that my fellow candidate leads has kind of been in a battle within the Democratic Party for, is it state parties, is it the rest of the party, but it hasn't gone out to the public and said, hey everyone, we need to go and get involved in this fight to supercharge this work to be able to make a difference on the things that we all care so profoundly about. And to me, that taking this fight public and getting millions of people involved, that's what we need as a Democratic Party if we're going to be able to win elections.
My demographic is composed a lot of a demographic that it feels like the Democrats are kind of losing a lot. Young men, especially white men. Although the last election saw a slide for Latino men as well. Do you think that there's anything in particular? I know that there's always like championing working class stuff and stuff that makes all of America great. But do you think there's anything in particular that the Democratic Party needs to kind of like alter their message a bit on when it comes to that demographic of like younger white men that feel like the Democratic Party is just not for me anymore? Like I feel like conservatives are the only one. The Ben Shapiros and the Jordan Petersons are the only ones talking to me anymore. Yeah,
I think as a Democratic Party, a big part of speaking to men is about honoring people's their goals and their aspirations and their drive to become something and to create something and to do something in life. And that a lot of kind of influencer content for men is about lifting and about hustling and about doing things and about pursuing dreams and goals. And as Democrats, I think Democrats can spiral into what they're supposed to not do, and how to make space for people and how to honor other people, and all that's vitally important. It's also not the driving force in people's lives. People's lives, they're pursuing goals that they have and dreams that they have and visions that they have, and being a party that honors and respects that, I think is a way of, especially speaking to men in a language that often I think as Democrats we've lost sight of. If you think about the great things that Democrats have done, like the GI Bill, so people returning from World War II, they could go and get higher education, and support for people getting, pursuing their dream of home ownership, and things like that have been about connecting to the aspirations that people have. And when we think about fighting for working people, it's not just about making sure there's a floor that people won't fall under so people can get the food and medicine and stuff that they need. It's also about making sure there's actually a staircase that you can walk up to build the kind of life that you want to lead. And I think that so often the way that the far right tries to rig the economy is actually to pull up the ladder. It's to make it so that people who dream of building a business or building wealth for their families or who want to do something and be something in the world can't do it because they've locked things in for a tiny group of monopolies and the kind of incumbents at the expense of everyone else. And actually I think the Democratic message at our best really responds to people dreaming big things and trying to go for it and fight for something and make something happen. And I think we can do a lot better in how we speak to that. And I think we should be a party where people can be ambitious and have dreams and not feel like the Democratic Party trying to push them away.
Yeah, I get really angry at the messaging issue seems so big that you'll have something like the Affordable Care Act, which Trump came in 2017 and wanted to unplug on day one, and now you've got them almost trying to take credit for it. Pre-existing conditions are great. 100%. Yeah, and it's what? Or you've got Trump's, one of the biggest things he's talked about are tariffs and being more competitive on trade with Mexico and Canada, and he's the one that renegotiated NAFTA. And for some reason, nobody talked about that. So they hate the things they've done. They try to take credit for the things that we've done.
This actually, it goes to this point, right? Which is the Affordable Care Act. Part of what was such a big deal about it was people were trapped in jobs that they hated, and they couldn't try to start a business because they couldn't buy health insurance as individuals.
This is so true, and nobody even remembers this. I'm 36. Nobody remembers that being the case of I had a manager at McDonald's who was a type 1 diabetic, and I would always ask him because that guy he didn't care at all about his job. And I'm like, why don't you go somewhere else? He's like, I'm type 1 diabetic, bro. I'm locked here for life. Nobody remembers that anymore.
Right. It seems like another planet, and Republicans want to send us back to that world where people are chained to can I say bullshit jobs?
Whatever you want, yeah.
To where people are chained to bullshit jobs because they need health insurance and they can only get it through their employer. It was a way of locking people in, often to things that they hated. And Republicans fought tooth and claw to keep that world, to keep those rules, to keep those chains on people. And Democrats broke those chains. Like the Democrats passed with no Republican votes and a constant Republican attempt to rip these programs away, a federal guarantee that a health insurance company could not deny you health insurance just because you had a pre-existing condition, and that allowed people, millions of people, to start their own businesses, to leave jobs they hated and find ones that they liked better without worrying that they would suddenly be totally up a creek if they got sick. And that is that's a commitment to freedom. That is at the heart of how Democrats think that our economy should work, that you shouldn't live in constant fear of having things fall apart in a way that traps people into not actually following the dreams and the kind of lives they want to lead. And it just makes me so mad when Republicans use rhetoric around freedom when they're trying to basically rip freedom away from working people through economic systems of control. And that's where Republican union busting comes into play. That's where Republican policies on just about everything that relates to our working lives, which is a big part of our life that also affects all the other parts of our life.
And the social things too. Like, are we going to be checking like women going across state borders to see if they're pregnant or not? Or, the feds who supposedly caused January 6th and are, trying to attack conservatives everywhere, the same feds, these are the ones that you're going to expand, tens of thousands of agents for to go and find out all the illegal immigrants to deport them. Like the guys that you didn't trust before, you're not going to massively expand.
Yeah.
And it's so frustrating.
Yeah. One thing after another. And I think that actually the demonstrating, communicating about how we actually believe in freedom, and Republicans don't. They want control over your life. That is a way that we can communicate to men and women, to everybody in this country, about whose side we're on. And that to me is this elemental question that Republicans are constantly trying to blur the lines on and change the goalposts on, because they actually are not for the things that the vast majority of people in this country want.
Yeah, I hope that one thing that changes going forward, and I saw this, and who's to say, worldwide inflation hurt everybody, and maybe Kamala given more time, or maybe the Democrats given an open primary, maybe things would have gone differently. One thing that I really did, and it was a personal point of pride, and it was a point of American pride, was the Democratic Party was, for the first time, like very positive in terms of the messaging, in terms of being pro-America, pro the troops, pro everything else. Like it felt more positive, and I feel like historically, when Democrats talk about things, it feels like we always talk about everything as like a punishment. And like I like in debating people, like I'll argue, like somebody will talk about like, what do you think our taxes should be? And it's like, whatever the social programs we have, those are the ones that we should tax people to fund. And like that's a good thing, right? We're enabled to do so many amazingly expensive things, wealthy things. We make so much money. We've got so many people that are standing on the shoulders of everybody else working in society. And you'd rather have people who are happy and healthy and have secure jobs than people who are, trying to revolt against you because the working poor, can't afford the basic necessities. And that's a good thing for all of us,
Yes, this is the big thing. Is it is both our value, and it's also true that we all do better when we all do better. That like when we have a growing, thriving economy, then we can afford to make a environmentally sustainable economy, and we can innovate with clean energy in a way that can affect the entire world. And when we actually make sure that folks can get a great education, then they dream up ideas and create progress and create great companies of tomorrow. And when we stop, a tiny group of people from monopolizing everything, then you can have 100 more things bloom. Like all those things are pro-America, pro the best stories of American greatness, and I do think that we can trap ourselves in being critical, and criticism is a stimulus to do better, and that there's an important part of that. But the core of this actually does come from a love of this country and a belief in people, and that I think what draws people to us as a Democratic Party, which I'm hoping to be the chair of, has to fundamentally come from a place of optimism and belief and love and a dream for something better. It can't fundamentally be about shaming ourselves for being bad. It has to come from the joy that comes from doing something that is great, that people want to be part of. No one wants to go to a pity party. People want to go to the good party that is actually fun to be there, and the music's great, and people are having an amazing time. And like that's the kind of country that we want to build, and that's the kind of party the Democratic Party should be trying to build.
Thank you very much for joining me, Ben. Is there any other things you want my audience to know, anybody that's listening to know, if you make it as a DNC, whatever, what do you want to say? I guess final message, Stephen,
I appreciate it. I hope this isn't our last conversation. And I think what I'd urge people to do if they're trying to figure out what party actually is on their side and which party they want to be part of, look at what the Democrats near you are actually doing and what Republicans are trying to do and whose side they're actually on, and then get involved in a campaign and meet the people and find out whether they're people who actually share your values and dreams and hopes for what's going to come next. There's this incredible rush that comes from being part of a campaign and a political change, and then being part of a fight that seems like, oh my God, how could this possibly win? And then you win, and it sucks when you lose. And we just lost the last election, and if you're a Democrat and you're dispirited by that, I totally get it. And another fight is coming. There are a whole lot of fights coming, and this is actually the time to get plugged in. The greatest moments in Democratic history often come out of the worst. The Great Depression gave rise to the New Deal, and the era that is to come is maybe the era when we can make this country the greatest that it's ever been. Let's do that together. If you're a DNC member and you're listening right now, I'd love your vote, and whoever you are, you have a place in this fight.
Ben Wickler, thank you so much. Good luck in the race.
Thanks so much.
Too.
Yeah, again, you're going to, by your logic, you're going to ground zero. Why would you expose the company, and all of the employees to that sort of like danger, or a Florida resident, or just a conservative in general? Yeah. I mean, every state has its problems, but again, I'm just thinking to myself, going back, imagine just Democrats like shit talking red states the way that conservatives shit talk blue states or blue cities. Like it's unfathomable.
I don't know if I could do it. It's rough. Like, making fun of the firefighter dude was one thing, because at least he was at a Trump rally. But, like, for them to shit on people in California who have these, like, crazy wildfires, like, could we do the same thing with people in Florida or Georgia or any of the Carolinas over the hurricane stuff? Like, ooh.
I live in North Carolina, so I'd be pretty biased.
Yeah.
I'd rather not have that. But no, I mean, no, it just doesn't cross our minds to do shit like that. But
and Biden was so on top of all of the aid,
emergency declarations,
everything.
It was quick.
And even for North Carolina, after the hurricane under Obama, a year later when they were still requesting federal aid, Trump was approving like 1% of it.
Yeah. When you mean Trump? Yeah.
I think the hurricane was Harvey, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it must have been, because Harvey, I think, was like 2016.
It was 2016, but the rebuild was taking a long time, and under Trump's admin, when they tried to approve the
Yeah. So I probably pay too much attention to my reply guys because it's fun sometimes to like go back and spar with him. I get this bad habit from Pisco if he's watching. But one of them earlier this morning was talking about that. He's like, what? Democrats play games with funding as well. And they cited an example with Hurricane Harvey, but it was like total bullshit. And then he went back and deleted the post. So, no, I got him there. Listen, fantastic interview. Mostly because of Ben Wickler, but you were also...
I mean, I made him look good.
You did.
Was it is really annoying. Well, never mind. I was going to troll, but I probably shouldn't.
Well,
they gave me all the questions in advance, but obviously nobody's doing that here. So.
No, I mean, listen, you were just.
What are we, Fox News?
No, absolutely no.
Who gave Trump all the questions in advance for that town hall that nobody cares about?
It was Fox, right?
Crazy, huh?
It is interesting too, because they want to sue 60 Minutes and CBS because like they edited.
What do you even have? What is the standing? Trump wants to
because it hurt his feelings, Steven.
Trump wants to sue 60 Minutes because they didn't like a trailer that they put out for Kamala's answer to an Israel thing, because they felt what do we even talk? And so we memed about it a little bit earlier, but wanting to sue the Seltzer pollster in Iowa, wanting to sue them.
Yeah, and then also Trump called for the. I think it was the business license or an FCC investigation into one of the networks which did the debate. I think it was one of the debates. It was either the VP debate or his debate with Vice President Harris. He demanded that there be some sort of investigation because there was an anonymous allegation that they fed her the questions. Then, of course, to your point, we just find out a couple of days ago that, according to a book that's coming out, a Fox News employee fed the Trump campaign questions before town hall. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You've referenced at multiple points the email, the Hillary's emails and stuff like that. But like all throughout the Trump administration, they were like doing shit on their cell phones too.
No one gave a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's frustrating. But anyway, great interview with Ben Wickler.
Yeah, he seemed like a cool guy.
He is a cool guy. Yeah, 100%.
By the time we're done with the series, we have to figure out if we're going to endorse somebody or not. And then the DGG Army. Sorry, running America mode.
The Dolly Parton.
Yeah. The DGG Army is going to figure out who we're going to throw our weight behind. So.
Well, it's going to single-handedly secure.
Might.
Or am I single-handedly?
People don't realize this, but over half of the DNC committee people in the DNC
well, I think,
are DGGers.
Well, again, because of your close alliance with George Soros, right?
Of course.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen. I think.
True.
Are we not supposed to talk about that, or that everybody knows about?
I'm like
that, right?
1% paranoid that something will get clipped, and it's like George Soros supporting the guy who interviewed DNC candidate. But I don't
They're gonna say that sort of shit. Yeah, and also they would say that shit anyway, right? I mean, my God. I like a lot of his answers on what he had to say. So one of my things is I love the fact that he acknowledged about the asymmetry in the media, because I feel like some other people like downplay it. It's also really frustrating about like certain Democratic figureheads, like, do you think that there's asymmetrical media? No, I don't think so. I just think that we got to message better. Like, he was very blunt. He was like, yeah, we have the greater burden, and the right, he said, is all about power. That was like a big one for me. Like, he went to Fox News recently, and he had an interview on America's Newsroom with, I'm blanking on her name, Dana Perino. She used to be a Bush press secretary. And she's a tough interviewer, especially when like liberals are on. And he gave a really good interview. But I love the fact that, he doesn't bullshit about what the Republican Party has become. He's willing to go and have these conversations in hostile territory. But he says it's really not about principles, it's just all about power.
Now that we've talked to Mr. Wickler, I don't know if we announced anybody else.
Chairman
Wickler, comrade.
Yeah.
Chairman Wickler.
Because
Party.
Again, that's not us talking about DNC chair. He is the chairman, remember, of the Wisconsin Democratic Party. Yeah,
for 6 years.
Yeah.
We need to get Pete Buttigieg on. He needs to be here for our next candidate interview. Pete, if you're listening, and by Pete I mean Pisco, email him.
Pete Sco.
Get him out here.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what he's gonna do. Secretary of Transportation. He's no longer mayor. I think he's living in Michigan now. Do you think Pete Buttigieg is done, or do you think he goes back into politics?
Isn't he pretty young?
Yeah, no.
He's 30s, isn't
No, it's not an age thing. I'm just saying, like people talk about, like Harris, like Vice President Harris. What's her, she ran for president and lost, which isn't to say that she can't run again, but what are you going to do for the next 4 years? Be governor of California? You're going to run for, because Newsom's term locked. I think he's got 2 years left in his term. How do we get on the subject? You get me chasing, going down the rabbit hole. We're talking about Ben Wickler. What did you think of the interview? Let me interview you. What did you think of Mr. Wickler?
Yeah, it seemed great.
Well, that's great. We can wrap it up now.
I think something that's interesting is there's been no visibility for this election ever.
No.
I don't even know if there's a lot of visibility now, or if I'm just trying to spotlight it more because I'm trying to find. One of the things he said that I actually liked is and this is actually really important. We know this from personal psychology, is if somebody's trying to goal set, small achievable goals is way better than one grand overarching goal, because you just feel like shit when you miss it every time. And we've almost taken a third party approach to politics in the Democratic Party, where it's the Democratic presidential election, and after I was like, who the fuck cares?
No, I mean, you brought that up during the conversation. I think it's worthwhile. I mean, I'm a politics geek. I struggle with this too. There's something that's particularly attention-getting about national-level politics, or even gubernatorial races or whatever. But
I think it hurts us particularly too, because we're so national and international, being on YouTube, right? That it feels a little different. Whereas if we were on a local
I'm
radio,
national, you're international, buddy. Come on,
you're international. I'm interplanetary, intergalactic.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, you're like Galactus. Yeah.
Yeah. But the issue that you run into is because our audiences are so broad, you kind of want to appeal to everybody, but maybe more local. But we're still finding ways to do it, yeah.
Well, I mean, you referenced it, you mentioned it in passing, and then I think, again, Ben mentioned it, you expounded a bit more, but going back to my state, North Carolina, not to make it all about us, even though we probably should. It's a very important purple state. Big deal. It's gerrymandered to hell and back. Republicans have entrenched themselves, because again, they understand power in ways we just don't. We really don't. Once they get power, they will reshape institutions to entrench it. And we have a Supreme Court seat that's up, and let's be clear, it's not going to change the balance of the court. If the liberal justice, the incumbent Justice Allison Riggs, if she wins her seat, it's still there's still a Republican supermajority, I believe. But right now, they're going to hear a case that will potentially just decide the outcome, even though recount after recount shows her winning. That's something that people should be talking about, even at the national level. That's something that Destiny should be talking about. Pondering Politics, Brian Tyler Cohen covers it as well, because there is a trickle-down effect. Wisconsin's a great example. Wisconsin was almost, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but pretty sure Wisconsin was one of the places where Trump tried to challenge the outcome of the 2020 election using, Wisconsin was one of the states he
they
filed
were, I
suit.
think, one of the wacky ones, yeah.
But the Supreme Court, by one conservative defected, they refused. The case never made it that far. And so, these state, races matter.
They also matter because they just show you what you can do, right? I don't know if I'm safe saying this, but I think some people would say that the Supreme Court legalizing gay marriage. I say legalizing gay marriage. That's a load of things about the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court allowing for gay marriage or making that a protected thing might have come off the back of states kind of slowly legalizing it, or at least civil unions in that direction. And it might be the case that we'll finally. It's so insane to think that marijuana is still a federally illegal Schedule I drug. Maybe that would come off the back.
I think President Biden ordered its declassification, but I don't even know where that is in the process at this point. I don't know if that's done. He was supposed to deschedule it or whatever.
Yeah, but it's just all of it is just but this might come off the back of winning, state fight after state fight after state fight, and maybe people fleeing from Georgia or driving from Georgia to Florida to have access to, women's health care. Maybe that would be a positive story for Florida. But these little fights are brutal. I still can't believe that fucking referendum bullshit in fucking Florida, that you needed 60% to get abortion.
Oh.
There was somebody brought out that there were states that, I don't remember, it wasn't Colorado, I don't remember, there were states that voted in fewer percentage points that got abortion than Florida did it. What the fuck?
Ohio actually tried to pull something similar where they tried to raise the threshold for a referenda because they knew they were going to lose. Even abortion referenda, conservatives have been defeated in Kentucky, Kansas, and other places, Ohio, and they tried to do the same thing Florida did. But again, it just goes back to Republicans understand power in a way that Democrats don't. And, I think that it was interesting to hear, Ben talk about how we have to just be very careful about picking the fights, because I felt like he was talking to me while I was listening, which is you can't get hung up on the hypocrisy thing. And I'm not going to speak for you, but I know that that's something that triggers me. It's this fucking standard that you constantly abuse. And
because as soon as you talk about policy, you're appealing to things that very few, less than 5% of Americans understand or even care about.
Yeah, but do you because I feel like you also get triggered about hypocrisy.
Super triggered, yeah.
When he's basically you just got to let that go and pick certain fights and don't make it about hypocrisy. Does that
fuck him?
How's that feel?
That's a Merrick Garland. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean I enjoy covering that, so I will. But it's good to also focus on you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Yeah, right. It's also good to focus on the small winnable things as well, which is one of the reasons why, with the help of my wonderful friends, Pisco and Joanna, and Leo and everybody else, and Alex and too, that we're setting up these conversations to kind of spotlight some of these more local. This isn't really a local issue, but some of these less talked about positions that are of pretty big importance. And he brought up, it's the Wisconsin Supreme Court next year? This year. Yeah.
And that could flip. Let's be very clear. The difference is not that the North Carolina Supreme Court's not important. It is because we need to chip away at that Republican supermajority. When you and DGG canvassed in 2023, in part because of what you all did, you flipped, the Supreme Court, and that helped Democrats, like he said, actually unfuck a lot of Wisconsin. It could flip again. If we win, that would enable us to further, entrench that majority, or we could just lose it again. So it's really, really important because we could just undo all of the shit that we did for the past 2 years.
Another thing that he brought up, there's more, as I realized that all of life is all of life and everything is the same, and I see the mirroring of being a streamer versus being a president or whatever else. There's just a funny thing, one thing I mentioned as a streamer is that anytime there's a thing going on, visibility is really important, whether that means uploading continuously or whether that means streaming constantly to kind of keep yourself relevant, keep yourself in the eyes of the people, and to be responsive and aware of the kind of stuff that's happening. I hope that whether it's the chair of the Democratic Party or whatever, we need more visible people in the Democratic Party, because every fucking truth, every tweet, everything that goes out from the Republicans is so visible to everybody. And I think that actually is a big deal. I think that helps a lot keep Trump and everything else on people's minds because he's constantly messaging
he's just everywhere, yeah, and he's on every available platform. But to your point, like, I mean, because we have a pretty deep bench as far as like talent in the Democratic Party. You mentioned Pete Buttigieg. AOC is probably the closest thing to a genuine celebrity that we have who is in politics. But then, like, who else? Like, the talent's there, but what about like the name recognition, the visibility, and things like that? And I'm not holding my breath that the DNC chair will be the next, like, like TikTok sensation or whatever. But you're right. Like,
so they don't have to be. They just need to, I think, empower those people to do that.
Yeah, and really like Ryan's made it his mission, and everybody else you're talking about it, grow the ecosystem as much as possible, and it's got to be a feedback loop because, again, I can say from personal experience, it's been a hell of a lot easier to get like senators and Congress people on my channel, like, to interview them than it was before the election. Like, it still happened occasionally, but they were very hard to pin down. I think there's the sentiment, like, I think that there's a registration on all of them. Like, damn, we really seeded the ground on the media, and we've got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah. Well, any other political thoughts you'd like to ponder?
I see what you did there. Now, listen, it was a pleasure coming down here, hanging out with you.
Coming up here, right? For you.
Coming up here, you're right. Seeing, a third of the hearing, and watching you conduct.
I think by the end, I think we got half. Because we went back and watched Kane, and
we watched
Warren. We got half of it.
I don't think that's how that works. I think we got about maybe a third, like an hour out of the 3.
Okay, well, somebody will go back and fact check you on that. Well, but not on Facebook. But
no, not at all, because fact checkers don't exist, and anyone who does fact check me will probably be in Texas.
Thank God for Austin fact checkers.
We should definitely pay close attention to the Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel hearings. I don't know if they've been scheduled yet, but I have no doubt they're coming up. And yeah, I'll do like a wellness check on you during those things. Be like, how's your blood pressure?
Listen, I have fun. Wellness check is for you and Pisco, okay?
Pisco, I think. Listen, Pisco can cling to the fact that Merrick Garland was Attorney General. That comforts him at night. I'm the one who's like a stress wreck at all times.
Pisco he's turning a warrior on Twitter. You notice that?
He is, man.
He's out. He's in the trenches.
He's got Pisco's Hour now on YouTube, and yeah. You guys should bring back the Twitter Spaces where you yell at conservatives for.
Yeah, we should. I just don't know what the point. I don't even know. If they come on, they're like, we're like, isn't Elon really bad? And they're like, yeah. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, but I think it's cathartic. It's certainly cathartic to listen to.
To scream at them? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, man, I appreciate it. I was excited to watch your Ben Wickler interview. You've got some more coming up. Can you even talk about any of that?
Am I allowed to?
I don't know. I assume so. Everybody, like, Wickler knows you talk to some of the other people.
We're talking to all of them, I think. All of them. All the DNC candidate guys.
Nice.
Yeah. And Pete Buttigieg is going to be here next time. Absolutely. I'm excited to announce that. He just DM'd me.
He did? He's like, yo, Steve, what up?
And I'm like, what's up? Mm-hmm. He's like, he's making sure I'm first class today because transportation secretary, you can guide my plane home safely.
Watch both of our flights be delayed now. So, all right. Yeah, appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks a lot. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I think I'm normal streaming tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah. Have fun. Peace out.
Me?
All right, guys.
Most of it was about
me?
President Donald Trump, who's had to endure the very same thing for much longer amounts of time. And he endured it in incredibly strong ways. So we, in some ways, knew it was coming. We didn't understand the depth
I'm hearing
of the dishonesty that would come with it. So from story after story in the media, left-wing media, we saw anonymous source after anonymous source based on second or third-hand
debater, why wouldn't you like line up liberals and just crush them? Why would you only debate high schoolers and college kids?
Right.
Like, that's pathetic.
These are the only tumblers that flavor your water as you drink through their flavor cartridges. With innovative
Reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people?
No matter how much they push on that f***ing door handle, it will not open because it is mag-locked. The entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making up.
Not against 50,000 people.
No, you don't.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3 seconds. Door will unlock in 15 seconds.
Correct.
That's the sign
what it
right in
says.
front of the mag-lock door. So then
there's
what
a
you just said,
hold on, stop,
was a
wait,
lie, right?
hold
What you
on.
just said was a lie.
No.
That they don't
No,
need another
no,
person to open it, right?
You're just
Try and open it. I can't open it, man. Just try it, you motherfucker. Really? Are you sure? Okay. Oh! So, Tibby, every single thing that you presented about this was a lie.
because I don't even know if this was a mag-lock door specifically.
You said multiple times. Where do you think I got the impression of it being a mag-lock door from? It's because you said over and over again, these were mag-lock doors. They couldn't be opened.
You're a political f***ing hack up. I don't care what you
You
think
say
is-
that, and I have destroyed you. You've gotten destroyed at
I
every
didn't.
single
You're
microsecond
just
of this
irving right
conversation.
now.
You've been
You're just irving.
really name one
You're
thing I was
just
wrong about.
irving.
What's one thing I've been incorrect about in this whole conversation? One thing.
Every administration does.
Every administration grants pardons to people that are helping them commit crimes in office? Name Donald Trump said that they should have broken the entire ACA.
Okay, what this is about is the legitimacy of the January 6th committee. Artemis thinks it's not legitimate. I do.
I agree that. Well, dude. Also, there's difference between criminal hearings and public hearings. In public
Correct.
hearings, if you're not going to convict somebody of a crime, then you can talk about almost anything.
Sure, but it doesn't really matter. But the big thing is that Dev doesn't think that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a valid argument against things.
I think it's not a valid argument. Hold on. I think it's not a valid argument to.
I mean, it depends on
I
what
think
you're
it's a-
arguing against. What do you mean?
Sure. Yeah, I just want you to get him to say that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a valid argument. That I don't need anything else. in this
Not for
conversation.
this specific argument, Artemis.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we could just use that going
Listen,
forward. It
no,
don't matter.
you cannot use the fruit of the poisonous tree to throw out all the evidence that was gathered by the January 6th committee. That's retarded.
That's irrelevant. I just want to make sure
Wait,
that's
what would you
No, no, no.
wait, what
That's
part of-
exactly
wait,
what you're
part
arguing,
of,
though.
What part of what they started is even like a fruit of the poisonous tree stuff?
So my issue is that they threw out what was it?
The two guys that weren't allowed on.
Jim Jordan and a couple other ones. For unknown reasons at the time, and they didn't really
Jordan, Jim
specify.
Banks.
Wait.
Yeah, they
Wait.
didn't-
For unknown reasons, or because they were likely to come under the scope of the investigation?
That's irrelevant to the
It's
issue.
irrelevant to have a congressional committee that's investigating something if the people being investigated are on the committee?
Sure. It is why that everybody claims that the Hunter Biden investigation for his IRS stuff is a political prosecution. It's because nobody believes from one side that it's a legitimate process.
Hold on.
Because one
wait,
side
wait,
was
wait,
very-
No. First of all,
Yes.
no. But
Yes.
secondly, so you think that if there was a congressional committee that was put together to investigate whether or not 5 Republicans had done some illegal or improper thing, and
Mm-hmm.
a bipartisan committee is assembled to put together this investigatory subcommittee or whatever, that the Republicans have a right to have the 5 people accused as being part of that committee to do their own
They were-
investigation?
Yeah, but they were never accused in the first place. If they had made that known that was why that they were dismissed. and not
Pelosi
allowed,
explicitly and literally said
they
that.
did not during that time.
Yes, she
Dev
did.
already made it. No, she
Wait,
did not.
you
She-
understand that Pelosi didn't reject all 5 submissions. She just rejected
I
2,
understand.
right?
She rejected the 2 most trusted Republicans in the United States. Yes, I understand.
No, Artemis.
Wait,
this isn't how it
no, wait. She rejected 2 people who were likely to come under the scope of the investigation.
Yeah, she didn't say that though. That's the issue.
What did
never
she say was
specified
the
that.
reason for rejecting them?
She said that. She said she couldn't explain at that time. That was what it was. Dev is.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
You don't have to explain
I did a
everything
whole
to your
sequence
friend
on
in
this. I did a whole sequence on specifically your questions in my January 6th video.
Yeah, I know.
And what
I
it
know.
was is that she rejected 2 of them, and she didn't reject them because they were pro-Trump, because she allowed Troy Nelson, who was also pro-Trump. She rejected them because they were under investigation, because they were in the December 21st conspiratorial meeting.
Yeah.
That's why. Everyone who was in that meeting was not allowed. Those two guys were chosen.
She never said that at that time, and because of that,
hold on, stop. A public explanation.
If you're going to do something like that and reject something which has not been done before, you should probably give an explanation at that time. Because hold on, because all I get is post hoc rationalization of why they did it. After
she says
fact,
her statement. She said, citing quote statements and actions end quote made by the pair, Representative Jim Banks of Indiana and Jim Jordan of Ohio. Pelosi said she was rejecting their nominations quote with respect for the integrity of the investigation end quote.
Yes, and the issue is she didn't specify what those actually were, what actions they took.
You don't.
I don't think she needed to. Everybody knew that these people were part of like the Trump crew that was trying to reject the vote. I think it's fine for her to say that. Wait, it's not like she can't formally charge them with a crime or something. It's not like they've been investigated.
I'll directly address this, Destiny. You say that everybody knew at the time, but most people think the issue of January 6th is the riot and not the actual Eastman scheme, right?
I'm talking about not the average public. I'm talking about what a congressman would have thought at the time.
But
like
the average public think that everything is tainted, and that's why everybody doesn't agree that January 6th is as bad as it was.
So hold on. So you think that if they would have allowed these two Republicans, that the public would have a significantly different view of the January 6th Commission?
It would probably have been a lot less negative, yeah.
Okay, you're a bad faith actor. Okay.
Okay, I don't care what you think, Destiny. I'm being a bad faith actor. You were entirely wrong. You got somebody to lose $700,000 at a bet. I don't care what
you're that to do with anything, but you're just wrong. Like the easiest thing to do,
predicting political outcomes.
How could you possibly predict this political outcome? There were 3 Republicans that were accepted, and by the end of it, McCarthy said he wouldn't submit anybody because he wanted people like you to go, oh look, the Republicans weren't involved at all. That's exactly what happened. And that's what you're doing.
Republicans failed the slot. Guess which ones failed the slot? The ones that got ousted because they were entirely anti-Trump. And then that tainted everything.
Yeah, wait, yes, of course. Wait, of course that's why they were ousted. Because the Republicans didn't want this commission to happen at all. No shit, they were ousted for joining it. What do you mean?
No.
That supports my story, of course.
Hold on, Artemis. Let me just ask you a few questions here, because when McCarthy came out and said that we will do our own investigation, how come it never happened? Because they had 2 more years to do it. Why didn't they do the January 6th committee number 2, but from the Republican point of view?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask them.
Probably because they were sweeping.
And I guess the other question is, the contents, or no, not the contents, but the basic idea of the December 21st meeting became public like 10 minutes after that meeting concluded, because one of the idiots went to Politico and said who was there. And Pelosi was not going to allow anybody in that meeting because the December 21st meeting was the meeting where they planned out what they were going to do on January 6th. So it makes sense if you're investigating January 6th to not allow any of those guys in that meeting to be on the committee.
If it was that simple, she would have easily been able to say it publicly that was the reason why.
Wait, that's what she said.
I just have to address this from my perspective. I have to address this from my perspective. Okay? I have to address this from my perspective. Listen, I understand this was not necessarily a criminal investigation, but whenever you're initiating something that's potentially criminal, you don't owe anybody shit. Okay? You don't tell the people that you're potentially investigating that, yeah, we're investigating you specifically for XYZ ABC. You can say, hey, we think there might be a conflict of interest here, and that's the maximum amount of information that you need to give. And you don't even need to give that information. That's a courtesy.
And that's why we see the stellar rise of the public opinion that Trump did nothing wrong and he was valid in his actions. If you would just gave
hold on. Do you believe that, or do you think that other people can hold that?
The reason why your statement is bullshit is because it's not like you can point to the fact that there weren't all of these like crazy MAGA-rotted Republicans on the committee, so all the evidence was bad. It's not like they turned out information that was incorrect, and none of the Republicans that were involved in any of this have even contradicted the narrative on J6. They all just like pivot from it, and they don't say anything about it.
To be clear, Liz Cheney was caught witness tampering on J6 committee with Hutchinson or whoever, Hudson, or I don't know.
Caught witness tampering how?
I've heard this before. Please explain it to me.
She was texting behind Hutchinson's lawyer's back about prepping her for the hearing or whatever.
Prepping her how?
This is a non-criminal hearing.
It doesn't matter. It's witness tampering.
Hold on. Artemis, you are right about this.
Wait. Isn't witness tampering a criminal charge?
Yeah. Weird.
This isn't a criminal investigation.
She was hold on. Cassie Hutchinson.
Why doesn't it matter?
It's a congressional witness, not a criminal witness.
It doesn't matter. Witness tampering is witness tampering.
What ended up happening?
You understand that like procedures of law don't apply between like civil and criminal, right? There's different levels.
Hold on. So when Hutchinson swears to be a,
I wish we had a lawyer here.
Hold on. When they do a witness, when they give testimony under oath, they still get judicial punishment for lying under oath, correct? Even if they're not
Okay,
in
so
a...
that would still apply regardless of whether or not she was talking to them.
Okay, so again, witness tampering is still illegal regardless of whether or not it's a fucking judicial matter or a congressional matter.
Hold on. So let's say I'm not saying that this is correct. You could question whether or not this was ethical. I just don't think that this would ever rise to the level of criminality.
Wait, what were they even texting about? Or what?
Exactly. That's my question.
Well, so here's the thing. I did look into this. It does seem like, I forget the name of the woman now. Cassie Hutchinson and Liz Cheney, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So they were texting each other privately, and it did go against basically the rules of the committee.
Yes.
However, like I don't think that's reason to throw out all the evidence of the committee, Artemis.
Well, no.
Wait. What were they texting about?
That's the issue.
Basically, what Cassie Hutchinson should say while she's being interviewed.
That's okay. That he knows a little bit more because I don't care about the J6 committee too much, so he looked into it a little bit more.
I just did the big video, yeah. So
yeah.
No, basically, she was kind of coaching her about like how to answer
When
questions.
you say coaching, I need like is she telling her to lie about it, or what is the?
Yeah, she's coaching her.
Here, I'll dig it up if you want to see it. I
Yeah,
have it in my
shoot me
sources
that link. I'm curious. Yeah.
Hold on.
Artemis, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I'm saying that in general, this is one of my frustrations. So somebody will come to me with like a claim like, oh, there was witness tampering for the Jan 6 fucking commission. It's like, okay, well, is this even a criminal or civil matter? Does it have any kind of precedent? You did say that there were like rules that were against it, right? But then when we ask a follow-up question, it's like, okay, the reason why witness tampering is prohibited is because you don't want somebody to color the testimony of somebody else and coach them into saying more than they otherwise would. That's why you don't want to do that. So the question is whether or not Liz Cheney in these communications was effectively coaching a witness to be more hyperbolic about her testimony or to even fabricate things.
Okay, I've got it. Where should I put it?
So there's a section.
You can DM me, right?
So section 1512, Title 18 constitutes a broad prohibition against tampering with a witness, victim, or informant for congressional hearings.
Okay, what's the definition of tampering in this context?
Wait. What's the U.S. code?
Yeah, section 1512, Title 18.
And sorry, in what kind of proceedings? There was last.
Tampering with a witness, victim, or informant. It doesn't specify anything outside of federal. The effect of, it prescribes conduct intending to legitimately affect the presentation of evidence in a federal proceedings or a communication of information to federal law enforcement officials. So,
for me to buy that, you're gonna have to read the whole thing because you're giving me snippets.
Wait. I'm so sorry. One more time. You said section 1512 of Title 18. Is this what was the?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the link. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I DM'd you all you guys the texts.
Okay. So the flock.
Maybe halfway down, it's Liz Cheney.
Also, just as a real quick thing, because I have to look all, because it's always hard to track down all the Republican conspiracy theories. What was the claim you made about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden earlier, and Hunter Biden advising Joe Biden or being part of it? What was that claim, more specifically?
He wasn't. He's no longer a civilian because he's sitting in on high-level official meetings with government in the White House. So he's acting as an advisor at that point because normal civilians wouldn't be in that situation.
And then for when was this?
That was right after the debate.
Okay.
The Biden debate.
Okay. So just to be clear, real quick. So, and I don't know what the relevance of this for the earlier arguments, but Hunter was not involved intimately in his father's government for any what?
We don't know that.
That's not the claim being made. The claim was that Hunter was talking to Joe Biden more and was apparently in a few calls more with some senior White House staff and aides after the debate. But the idea that he was part of some big policy initiatives or was doing counseling or advising relating to government policy and like that. This could just literally be my dad had a really rough performance. I'm going to be in some calls and chat with or whatever. But there's no evidence, or at least nobody's alleged that there was any type of influence or telling his dad to do a certain thing or conduct a certain policy or anything like that. Right? Okay.
If only we were able to do an investigation. Well, we still can actually. You just can't charge him with anything, so you can still investigate. Which I'm pretty sure they're going to do. The issue with the pardoning of Hunter is now he cannot plead the fifth on anything. So I guarantee you what the Republicans are going to do to take vengeance, you call it a retribution or whatever, is they're going to sit him down in front of the congressional hearings and get him to testify. Jesus. And then they're going to either get him on contempt for when he doesn't want to answer or try to get him into a perjury trap is what I assume is going to happen.
We'll see about that.
That's just.
But wait. So why did we bring up the fact that Hunter was joining Joe on a couple calls with aides and advisors after?
Oh
the
no, he
debate?
wasn't on calls. He was in the White House. It was the piercing the veil of between civilian and a actor as advisor.
We're establishing.
Wait. What were we piercing his veil for though?
Pisco. He was saying he was just a civilian and a third party.
Because I think that had to do with the comparison to Kushner, right?
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make my argument, and then I'm going to leave. I do have other things to do, and I'm done shooting Zinchi and Chaos Cultists in the face.
Nice.
So, which, by the way, Destiny should do. So, anyways, the reason why I think it would be relevant that Hunter is now presently advising his father in political matters is because they've also admitted to like calling each other multiple times per week. So for me, I think it beggars belief that you're talking multiple times per week and work/public-private concerns don't come up. You literally only talk about like, hey, how's your recovery going? And hey, how's being a president going? And you don't get into any details. That beggars belief for me.
Yeah, it's also weird that Jill Biden was also sitting in on the like chiefs of staff meetings as well.
All right, parasocial love. Like,
see ya.
Have you go.
There you go. Dev, okay. You got your wish. You happy?
I have a question. What do you think it looks like to get back to the Mars?
Me?
Just like in broad strokes, what do you think that looks like?
Wait, what wish? I'm currently eating noodles, man.
You wanted me to be in a call debating Destiny on something, so here we are. Congrats.
It was the January 6th committee.
Yeah, well,
it went about as well as I thought.
So the issue is, okay. My personal opinion of the January 6th committee is not what I'm going off of, but the public perception of it, and debating on whether or not they should have taken different actions.
Do you disagree with any of the broad conclusions of the J6 committee?
For the actions of the individuals, sure. I don't know about the political theory of the Eastman stuff, because that could have been resolved in the courts really easily by them just slapping it down. But like you said, the
Wait,
what do you mean resolved? Could have sided with him. The court could have sided with him easily because of the 6-3. So it really depends.
Well, but he didn't even expect the courts to side with him, and you can't you can't tell somebody to go break the law in the hopes that the courts will save you.
Sure. I mean, but there's also the issue where I don't even know if it would have worked to begin with. We're going into the strategy of too many different variables, depends and everything.
Well, no. To be very, very, very clear, the advice was break the law.
So here's another one of those issues where I believe that the Constitution and everything is built on a shit ton of axioms that don't make sense, and that they would just de facto unlimited powers. One of those being the vice president's role, because they passed a new law in the end of 2022 with bipartisan support in the Senate to remove that ability and stuff out of question. I don't know.
Doesn't matter. The Eastman's advice was to break the law, right?
I don't think so. That's
when Eastman was saying depart from the ECA. The ECA is a law. Depart means break. He was telling him to break the law, right?
That's the same one that you brought up, Dev, right?
Yes.
Okay, then sure, yeah.
Okay, so then none of what you're saying matters. That they could have tested in the courts as a legal theory. He was telling him to break the law.
The issue is that Eastman was making a constitutional argument, not a legal argument.
First of all, what's the difference? Secondly, who cares? It's still, you're advising your client to break the law. That's not, you don't even get attorney-client privilege at that point.
Well, the issue being is that when it comes to constitutional questions, laws don't matter because they're immediately removed if the Constitution says that it's invalid.
Okay, but you're not even, you can't advise somebody to break the law in the hopes that, you understand that legal theory I could use to justify every single type of behavior ever, right?
You could try to make that argument, but the Constitution lays out specific powers and abilities, not infinite amount of breaking the law.
Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. So I should be able to go out and tell people to kill people. And if somebody says, oh, well, now you're being charged with whatever conspiracy or any of these, I can say, no, actually, I'm using a legal theory that the First Amendment protects this right.
Sure. The issue with presidents is that presidents can get overturned at any point.
Yeah, so you're telling me that you would accept if somebody were to do that. You'd say, well, that was a legal theory that they were pursuing.
And then they would have to take it up in the courts.
But you would defend, but they would still be breaking the law, right?
Sure. But that's what the courts are for, right?
No, that's not what do you mean? The courts are for if you choose to break the law to try to circumvent the law?
No, to find out whether or not your theory is correct.
Well, no, you have a whole bunch of other things that you would do before breaking the law, right?
Your thought process is, I'm going to break the law, then I break the law. The next step would be the courts will then decide whether or not you broke the law.
No, generally, if you broke the law, the court is there to like do punishment. It's not to decide whether or not like you're allowed to break the law or not.
Well, that's the issue.
I'm not familiar with this, but I am curious. Isn't that like the Scopes case? Isn't that the case of like anything where you're trying to decipher whether the law itself is justified?
Yeah, there's
the famous Scopes case being about like testing the law of whether or not it was acceptable to stop you from being able to teach evolution, right?
Yeah, well, there's a general principle of...
Isn't that like testing the law?
I don't know exactly the specific case name and the entails, but
my point is, isn't that an example of like testing the law, knowingly like breaking the law, but with the expectation that you're going to court?
Yeah, you can have. There are things you could expect a good faith expectation for, but that's not what Eastman is saying. Eastman said that he'd probably lose that case 7-2 and then 9-0. Eastman never even thought he'd win. His goal was that the Supreme Court wouldn't answer it because of the political questions doctrine.
Yeah, but
you probably will lose. Like presumably in the case of teaching evolution in a bunch of very conservative states, the expectation is that you're going to lose that.
Yeah, but if you lose doing that, then you've taught some kids evolution. If Trump loses this, then he couped the government illegally. The stakes are quite different.
Okay. And then he gets punished for it after the court decides that he did.
Yeah, but if the Supreme Court says that if the Supreme Court doesn't deal with questions like that, then what?
The court would deal with that.
I don't know if the court would deal with that. You have no idea if that's the case.
Of course we do. With something that it's intensive a situation, of course they would deal with it.
The court literally punts political questions. The court literally explicitly will punt it. This is like the political questions doctrine, right?
I don't know about that because they literally just decided a political question to give.
Didn't they president do that in the 2000 election? Isn't there precedent for them doing precisely this kind of situation?
They will, but there's also precedent for them saying that they don't want to touch major, fundamentally political questions. So that's what Eastman was hoping for.
Okay, but they have.
Yeah, but they just did it.
That's fine that they have, but there's a chance that they wouldn't, and that's what Eastman was hoping for.
Okay.
And you have nothing to the contrary of that. None of these people thought that they were going to legitimately win in the Supreme Court here. None of them thought that.
Yeah, they were just buying time, hoping their doomed lawsuits were going to present something that they could use. We understand that. The issue is that some people want to take it as a criminal action rather than a judicial question.
What? But no. The judicial question that you're talking about is only happening after it's preceded by a criminal action.
But
Yes?
Well, that's the issue, is that we're talking about powers given by the Constitution, that it's strictly stated that any law that not violates but constrains the Constitution is deemed unconstitutional
Yeah, that's not up to the executive to decide. That's up to the court to decide.
Yes, that's why you would go to the courts.
By breaking the law. How do you go to court? Because you've broken the law.
Yeah, but I don't have an issue with that being a process. You do.
One, the issue is that they probably knew they were going to lose, and this is shown multiple times. And two, if they mess this one up, it's not like they've done an oopsies. They've couped the government.
Well, they would have failed to coup the government because it would get overturned.
You don't know that. Who knows what it would look like if they managed to stay in power on January 6th and then the certification doesn't happen? We literally have no process or procedure by what happens after that.
Well, if the riot didn't happen, you would have a better argument. But the fact that the riot happened gave it no taste for anybody, Republican or Democrat, to go along with whatever they were doing. So, I mean, there'd be a lot more variables you would have to account for to make that argument.
If there are more variables, then you're supporting my argument that we wouldn't know what would happen. It's not a foregone conclusion that, for sure, there'd be a peaceful transfer of power after.
I don't look at starting fucking cases or going to the courts as having a long shot being an issue. You seem to do that.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Are you an attorney?
Does it matter?
Because I'm curious how hard I want to go in on you if you have a legal background.
Not.
Okay. There are probably legitimate ways in which you might challenge a law that you feel is unfair or unconstitutional. And there are other laws that if you were to challenge them, people would say you're deranged and you belong in prison. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so for this particular law, the ECA, this was something that was on the books and had been followed for like, what, 150 years or more?
Yep.
This is something that nobody in government agreed could be broken. All the White House advisors, all the Office of Legal Counsel, the whole DOJ, yeah, okay. And Eastman himself had written in earlier emails that it probably, that the ECA is pretty clear. And then he said privately in conversation to Rosen that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. And when other people, it wasn't Gomer, it was somebody else, was talking about bringing a case before the Supreme Court trying to challenge Pence's role on the ECA, they said, don't bring this case. We might lose immediately, and now we're not going to be able to do it on J6. None of this looks like a good faith effort to test the boundaries of a law. It looks like an attempted coup.
So, but the issue is that Trump's not an attorney. We all agree he's not very smart, right?
So? Yeah. You think that's an... Hold on. You think that level of negligence is an excuse?
No, I'm saying is that if Trump believes there's a shot and he orders his attorneys to try it, there's nothing they can do but follow that order. I mean, they could give up, they could quit, but they didn't.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. There's no choice? What do you think this is? What? Did they have them at gunpoint? First of all, not only did they have a choice, they've actually now lost their attorney-client privilege, because now you can pierce that attorney-client veil because of the crime fraud exception. You can't order your attorneys to commit a crime for you and expect that attorney-client privilege is going to save you in court.
Again, that's the issue is that Trump didn't think he was committing a crime. You would have to prove mens rea. There's a lot of other things that happen there. That,
I'm sorry, do you think that mens rea for a crime is knowing the criminal statute?
It's criminal intent.
Yes, criminal intent, like breaking the law.
Okay.
Not thinking that if you break the law and it's constitutionally okay that later on a court will save you, that's not going to save you.
Well, that's the issue, is that in a lot of times when it does violate the Constitution, that law does get overturned. And that's the problem.
That's not a problem. It is for you. It is for.
Okay. Well, hold on, Artemis. Okay, the reason that you think that the ECA is unconstitutional.
I don't. That is just
nobody does. To be clear, nobody thinks that.
Yeah. It's just the argument being used. It can be tested. I just don't.
Fine. Hold on. Well, hear me. Okay, so the reason that Eastman thought, I mean, maybe he lied or whatever, but let's just take him at face value. The reason Eastman thought that the ECA was unconstitutional is because he referred back to 1800 with Jefferson and how Jefferson apparently counted in votes even though there was a pending objection. And you watched my video, so you know that was false. That precedent doesn't exist.
Sure. But
they made that shit up, all right? Like it was in 2004, and you had Republicans making that shit up, and then in 2016 they brought it up again.
Yeah, the issue being is that precedent isn't an end-all be-all to constitutional questions, and that's the problem.
Okay, what is the end-all be-all?
You keep saying that's the problem. That's not a problem. Nobody is taking this argument seriously except for Trump, who wanted to break the law. Nobody is thinking about it like this.
But that's the issue is that...
No. It's not. You keep saying it. That's the issue. It's not. You just want to cover for Trump. That's it. There is no issue here. It's very obvious to every single person involved. I think even you included what's happening. You just are trying to cover.
The issue being is that I haven't voted for Trump. I don't vote. The last person I voted for is Obama. Like I don't care. I'm looking at what the...
You should care.
Well, that's the issue. Is that I look at things on how they would affect the populace and how the populace would respond to it. And the populace doesn't care about that question.
Do you think it would be good or healthy? Would it be a good or healthy thing for the country if the president decided that through a legal loophole, maybe if he broke a law, that he could remain president even if he lost the election?
I mean, if he, what was it? If there's like a law or some article where he can. Hold on. To be clear, I have these werewolf statements. There's this thing where if the World War happens, the president can redo the entire government from the ground up, or I can't remember what it's called, but there's a way to do it.
That didn't answer the question. Do you think it's good or bad for the republic, for the country, for the United States of America?
Probably bad.
It is bad.
Probably bad.
Yeah, depending on what the reasoning is. Depending on what the reasoning is, yeah, it's probably bad.
Based on the reasoning they gave, it was bad.
Oh well, the facts on the ground. If he had no valid reason to do so, and everybody can agree that there was no valid reason to do so, then yeah, it's bad.
Okay. So then, there are no major conclusions of the J6 Commission that you disagree with.
I think the 1512C things that the rioters themselves were engaging in all this other like insurrection shit probably should have been bad. That wasn't a valid charge that they brought. I know that the DOJ is the one that brings it, but the January 6th harped on all of these people being insurrectionists.
Okay. Why do you think that was an unfair? That it was unfair that the J6 committee was making those statements?
Well, there's like 2 or 3 things. One, the initial barricade breach happened, in which, okay, it could be right at that point, but the issue is that everything stopped being violent for about 30 minutes, and the police decided not to try to disperse after that time. They just let things chill at that stage.
Wait, how were the police there supposed to disperse the crowd?
That's not my. They could have called in the National Guard.
They tried.
I don't know about. I've seen the statements on the National Guard being denied by Mayor Bowser, and she was the controlling authority. You could say that people could have overridden it.
Do you know how, just checking real quick, do you know how time works, right? Yep. It moves in one direction, and what happens one day isn't real. Okay, so on the day of, when the rioting begins to happen, they do make requests for the National Guard. It's delayed by hours.
And I think Peter Hegseth was part of the group that was supposed to go in, and he was denied multiple times.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about who.
So then there, I don't know how they were supposed to disperse without the National Guard being there enforced. I don't know how they were supposed to disperse people outside the Capitol.
Yeah, but I'm not really worried about that being part of my argument. It's they weren't dispersed, so they were still there. They let them be there, not because they wanted to or because they had to, because they had no other choice. They started firing, what do you call those, dummy rounds, rubber rounds, and then stun grenades into the crowd, causing them to turn violent and then breaching the barricade after they tear gassed themselves on accident.
Breaching which barricade?
The second layer.
So, okay, wait. So then when they did try to disperse people, that was bad?
Because what it did is it turned what was then a placated crowd that wasn't doing anything into an actively hostile crowd that was ready to riot again.
So the break-ins between each of the barricades successively up to getting into the Capitol building were done by the Proud Boys, who were there explicitly to break the barricades. Like whether or not there were tear gases or not, like...
Was it Proud Boys specifically?
Yes.
Okay, well, there's a AG report sitting on Garland's desk. I guess we're gonna figure out what happens with that. There's a investigation that took place about how the rioting went down.
Oh, I mean, there's literally video of all of them being the first ones breaking the first 2 sets and then breaking into the Capitol building.
Yeah, but the issue is that there was a Ray Epps or whoever the fuck. That guy should be prosecuted too. Like anybody who was violent should have been prosecuted.
Well, Ray Epps, I don't think was violent ever, so I don't know. You wouldn't prosecute him.
I mean, he was the day before advocating to break into the Capitol and going in.
Yep, with a whole bunch of other people as well. Yeah, but he wasn't violent.
They all should. Well, that doesn't matter. That was advocating the committing of a crime.
It was, yeah, which is bad, yeah. But he wasn't being violent. But a whole bunch of other people were also arguing to go into the building as well, on stream and all.
And they all should be charged.
Okay.
That's not an issue with me. The big thing is that as they agitated the crowd by shooting them with rubber bullets, they tear gassed themselves on accident because of the wind blowing and they weren't having suitable protective equipment, causing the breakdown of the second barricade, which resulted in the Capitol being breached.
You think the second barricade being broken was because of...
Yep, tear gassing. I'd have to go find Dev, I sent you that long string of lined up footage from the police stuff, right? It was a while ago.
The second barricade is the one that Ray Epps is at. I don't remember there being any tear gas there.
Is it the second or is it the third one? Whatever the one is at the steps.
This is the one like right before the steps.
Yeah, the one right before the steps. Is that the third one? I thought that was the second one.
Oh, I don't. Maybe that's the third one. But I mean, if they've already broken through 2 barricades at this point, what faith do you have that the crowds are going to break through the third one? You're saying they weren't hostile when they'd already broken through 2 barricades?
Well, the issue is that the police drew back immediately because they couldn't have a valid way to secure it. But when they drew back to the steps of the...
Well, wait, they didn't draw back immediately. They drew back after fighting the crowds at the first 2 barricades and losing, right?
Sort of. If they wanted to reinforce that area, they could have pushed them back, but it was ill-advised.
Wait. To be clear, what you just said is a total lie. They did not have the manpower to reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
I didn't say anything about reinforcing. They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people that are in front of you?
Thousands of people. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
And they did that at the third.
What would an arrest even look like in that situation?
Hold on. They did
You
that
can't
at
just like have the police officer.
They don't have
leave
enough
their station.
handcuffs. What?
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
There would have to be
You-
like
are
a
you- are you-
BDSM convention in town for them to have enough equipment to even arrest the people at the first barricade. What are we talking about?
Hold on. Are you saying that everybody at that first barricade was violent?
The Proud Boys literally showed up to break it down. Yes.
Okay. The Proud Boys does not make up a significant contingent of people that were there.
The Proud Boys, they initially left,
people
started
who were-
walking. They walked with like 100 people down initially. There's no way you could have reinforced a single barricade with 100 police. I don't even know how many Capitol Police were at the Capitol. And then, and then more and more people continued to show up.
Wasn't it like I think it was 1,000 people
Frontline
there at the
definitely
Capitol?
was, yeah.
So the issue is that they fell back because they knew they couldn't perform a strict cordon around the Capitol, which is why they went to the second or third step, whatever one you want to call right before the steps of the Capitol. From there, because if you, that's very loud. The reason I have an issue is that at that point in time nobody was violent anymore. Everything was cooling down. They could have, I think they were doing de-escalation.
First of all, it was already violent because they
Invading the Capitol is
Yeah,
violent.
that's already violent. They're all trespassing, number one. Number two, I don't even know if Trump had sent his whole audience there yet. Number three, this was still pretty early in like the afternoon. Like it's not like it was like 8 p.m. and people were getting tired and ready to go home. Like this was still winding the fuck up.
Trespassing doesn't have to be violent.
It's almost definitionally so in this case, but
I mean, it's
Trespassing-
yeah, obviously no.
Yeah, of course.
Well, hold on. Non-violent trespassing is still bad, Artemis. Like if I just walk into your house and don't do anything violent, like yeah, it's still bad.
well, and if I break into your house,
But also, there are people with guns who are trying to stop you, but don't have the capacity to stop you unless they're literally going to start shooting at you. And even if they did, they would not have won the shooting fight if there had been a shooting fight, which definitely we don't want there to have been, right?
What shooting fight do you think would have taken place in the Capitol?
what do you mean? Who knows?
Fortunately, there wasn't one.
Out of all of the people that were arrested, how many of them had firearms?
Wait, how many? Wait. Do you think that nobody there had firearms?
Did I say that?
You're misleadingly asking a dishonest question to try to imply that.
Not. No, the only firearm that was apprehended by anybody at the site was somebody that was arrested, I think, a day before.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? That doesn't tell you how many firearms are there. How many
No,
people?
I'm pointing out the illogical statement that Quibbles is making that there would have been a firefight when nobody arrested or at that
To be
time.
clear, what I
Wait,
said
you
was
have
there
no
would be a
idea how many
firefight.
people there
I'm
have
saying-
guns.
To be clear, what I was saying there was in order to stop them from trespassing, the only way to stop them would have been to use guns. And
Okay.
obviously, for a whole host of reasons, not just in terms of the life of the people there in the moment, but just broadly for the country, thank God the police of the Capitol were not using guns against like American citizens as they were trespassing onto the Capitol. But obviously, therefore, trespassing is violent, right?
No, trespassing is not violent because the people that could have broken down the barriers are not the same people that would have come later behind the barriers that have already been abandoned. Trespassing is not inherently violent, and just because somebody
The first people who were trespassing, there were hundreds of people, including Proud Boys, the first group who were trespassing.
Yep. And
Were
do you
those
know?
first trespassers violent?
Sure.
Okay.
How many
so
people were
then there
even
was a
arrested? Wait, how many
violent-
people were even arrested on the day of?
Like 100 and so.
Then why would
Maybe.
that even be an argument against there being like guns at the event when there were like 50,000 plus people there?
Because the insinuation being made is that the people that were being violent were the people that were shot in the face and tear gassed at the second or third barrier. I'm just going to call it the second
No, I think the
barrier.
insinuation being made is that if you have 50,000 MAGA people who think the country's been stolen, who are all conservatives, as a police officer, you might be worried that it's going to turn into a massive gunfight, and that's probably an okayly founded fear. And to retrospectively say, well, of the 100 people that got arrested on that day, they didn't have guns, it's fine.
The issue is that anybody on the ground that was there, when people are not actively trying to rip apart the second barrier, and we're just standing around maybe yelling or being an asshole, and they're not actively being violent at that time, you don't antagonize a crowd to restart a riot.
The crowd was still growing. Maybe it was to try to disperse the crowd so it wouldn't grow to a higher critical mass and then break in.
Possibly. But the issue is that they tear gassed themselves, causing the collapse of the second line.
Why do you keep saying that's not why it collapsed? It collapsed because people broke it down.
No, they ran away from the second line after shooting people in the face. You have angry people are now told
the second barricade was broken down by the Proud Boys. They were the ones that broke it. This is all on video footage. Ray Epps is that's the second breakdown. There wasn't even tear gas there.
Okay. So I said before, the one at the step, I was going to call the second barricade. Okay, so we'll call it the third barricade. Whichever one you want to label that barricade. We're going to keep going back.
So if the first two barricades were broken down with no tear gas, why do we assume that we needed tear gas ourselves to break down the third barricade?
Because there was a significant enough police presence at that line
that they could have held it.
Correct.
Can you link me a video of this? Number one, and number two, if they tear gas themselves and there's tear gas,
police officers were there the day.
Why was the crowd able to walk into the tear gas?
Unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana. Identify blockers to keep work, projects, and goals on track. Try for free today at asana.com.
Because the wind was blowing towards the police, and that's the whole reason why I'm saying they tear gassed themselves, is because the wind blew into the police officers.
Yeah, but then the people
I do remember this
into the tear gas.
There were 140 police officers.
100?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
There were 140 police officers total, including 80 from the U.S. Capitol Police and 60 from the Metropolitan Police Department. What are you talking about? They could have stopped it.
They literally could have stopped it.
Well, we need more guys though.
Officers.
Sure, they could have held out without shooting people in the face and tear gassing themselves to hold that barrier. The thing that made them walk back from the barrier.
This is delusional.
Hold on.
This is crazy.
Nibbles, stop. The thing that caused them to retreat from the barrier was not the protesters or rioters. It was the tear gas, because they couldn't breathe, and it was causing a danger to themselves because they tear gassed themselves.
Okay, so listen, I can't find the video right now, but I remember the video. There was one instance where they did accidentally tear gas themselves.
Yeah.
But
there was one instance of it happening, but hold on, just to be clear, that's how all the maggots lie, is they'll find like one thing and they try to blow it up into being explanatory for the entire thing. Like this guy already admits that they violently broke down 2 barricades. The idea that they would have magically stopped at the third one, even though the whole excitement of the whole crowd was building more and more and more that day, is delusional. There's no evidence for it. And the tear gas letting people into one part, this is literally just one part of them breaking in. There's still the whole place is being surrounded by tens of thousands of people. This is a delusional argument.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you been to the Capitol? Do you know about how they have mag locks on the doors? Like, I live near the Capitol. I understand how these things are secure.
They broke into the door. They broke into a window using a riot shield. What do the mag locks matter?
And then they could have immediately arrested the person that was jumped in, which they should have done.
There are thousands of people outside.
There were multiple people watching the dude break in. Like, I don't know why we're pretending that this didn't happen.
There were thousands of people outside. What do you think? They would have arrested everyone hopping in?
People could just flood into the fucking...
Okay, walk me through what it looks like to arrest the first 100 people, and now you have 40 officers left.
Okay, so my issue with your statement is that you're generalizing the entirety of the situation. Okay? The steps of that third line fell before the windows were shattered and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. Okay? No matter how much they push on that fucking door handle, it will not open because it is mag locked. Okay? The entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making up.
Not against
50,000
people.
No, you don't. You're pretending 1,000 people can rush you up.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Hey, Cribble, shut the f*** up.
It's a meme. That's a meme argument. That's a meme argument.
You're pretending 1,000 people can rush you at fucking broken window.
Hold on.
That's what we're talking about. This is a meme.
Just wait.
You're just fucking wrong and you're coping here. 1,000 people can't rush through a fucking window. You don't need to arrest 1,000 fucking people. You just need to hold the fucking window that they broke into. You can
hold on.
hold the line.
So I do recall seeing that first video. It was shot from like above, and the person jumps through the window and then like runs around a bit, and no one arrests him, and then he opens the door, and then more people come in. I recall the video, right?
No. He didn't open the door. He pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
I don't remember that part of it. But...
Somebody has to unlock the maglock on it. He cannot just open the door. That's why he failed to do it.
So wait, hold on. Are you saying that the person who they broke the window with the riot shield, jumped in, pointed at the Capitol Police to open the door, and then the police did it?
No, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important to figure out who the that was.
So there's like one plant in the Capitol Police that opened the door.
You can ask that question. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if it's a plant or not. Somebody who unlocked the undone the maglock.
Someone sympathetic to them. Yeah, open the door.
Yeah, open the door. That person should be arrested. Whoever in the Capitol Police that did that should be arrested and charged with aiding and abetting the rioters.
I have to go back and watch.
Yeah, I'm looking through my notes now. This is just another lie to try to say that it was like it was a Fed surrection and all that shit. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a Fed surrection. It could be somebody that was sympathetic to the rioters. You can keep trying to pay me, but it's not going to work.
Hold on. Hold on, Arnos. I just want to.
I'm sorry, Arnos. Can you lay out what exactly it is that you wanted the police officers to do with their 140 people?
Well, first of all, have you ever seen the movie Stardew?
It's Thermopylae. I know. Yeah, I saw it in the chat too.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, but yeah, like actually lay it out. Like, are we arresting people and therefore taking police officers away from the situation? Like, what is?
Oh, 300. Fuck, my bad.
That police officers have legitimate ways of dealing with rioters and arresting them by moving them further into the Capitol after seizing them. This is not a new thing. This is not an unplanned for thing. The Capitol.
No, but I'm asking, like, to do that. If I want to arrest someone, presumably it takes either one or perhaps even two or three officers to arrest a single person, right? So if I have only 140 officers and I am in the face of literally thousands of protesters, potentially violent, many of them likely have guns, and I am in a situation I'm in, and also keep in mind that I am also responsible for protecting Congress people who are trying to flee the building.
That are the priority, by the way,
yes. Pelosi, including certainly the priority is to protect them.
So obviously we know that the Secret Service also protect congressmen, so we don't need to have no coordination between the Secret Service.
So the police officers don't have to. That's not the priority.
No, that's not what I said. Don't ask a dumb question when I didn't say it. Okay. Again, the police have training and they have procedures on how to handle situations like this. Pretending they don't is dishonest.
What were they supposed to do?
Funnel people as they capture them. Hold the line, not fucking tear gas.
You can't funnel people. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? They arrest them off the line, pull them back like they always do.
You can't do that when there are thousands and thousands of people. Why do you think these riots?
Hold on. Are you expecting that they arrest all of them? I'm not saying about that. They arrest the people that are trying to jump the line. They pull them in, arrest them.
All the people that were jumping the line were doing it as parts of groups. That's how the first few barricades were broken. It was like 20 people.
Not the third line.
Link me the video you're talking about. Link me the video. Find the video and link it.
Destiny, if you're hold on, you're just making shit up because you haven't seen the video.
I don't remember. I watched so much video of this. The problem is I can't keep track of every single bullshit conspiracy that you guys make up to try to sweep for this entire fucking event. So I don't know what this incredibly specific moment that you're talking about was for the people came in. Okay, wait. Here, let's watch this. Here, okay, I'm posting this in the flock. Let's all watch this one together. Okay.
Where's that? Okay.
So it's in the flock?
Yeah. Let me know when we've got it open and we'll start at the same time, okay? At 1x speed.
I don't think I have access to the flock, actually. I don't see it anywhere.
In the general,
general chat.
Which part of the flock?
It's under, I'm sorry. It's under the yard section and it's the general chat.
Oh, got it.
Under the yard section? I'm technologically incompetent, I'm sorry.
Hey, copy the link because it's...
Okay, cool.
Okay, we all have it open? Ready?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
First man begins to climb through. But after that officer sprays one rioter, he retreats back down the hallway. leaving the rioters to continue entering unimpeded.
You want to just stop
Okay,
it
pause
there?
right here.
Because that
So
was-
right here, when there are thousands of people outside breaking into multiple windows, they should have just arrested the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them, and then what? Put them in the corner and put them in their inventory, or what?
No, what they should have done is actually swarmed the entrance of where they were coming from through the window, pulled the people that were already inside, and then held the window like they were supposed to. Instead of running backwards, like for
So
some
you want,
fucking-
I'm sorry, so you want someone to literally like put their body like this at the window.
What do you think they are paid for?
Physically put.
Now out the window. Out the window.
Let's lay out physically what you're saying. I am the guy. I put my body like this.
That's
In
retarded.
front of these people who potentially have weapons. I'm literally putting my
You're
chest
retarded.
there. And
You're
also,
retarded.
they're definitely not going to just like push past me because I have infinite strength. I'm going to have the complete capacity to do this as one individual dude. Or maybe, let's say, there are three of
You're
them.
retarded.
You know, there are literally hundreds of people pushing against me. Also, keep in mind, there is broken glass, right? So you're saying that I am going to likely be like on broken glass. There's more shit shattering
He's
as
just
you go
talking the
through.
talk now.
What are you talking about?
You're being retarded. No, they would swarm the door, use their pepper ball rounds, fire at anybody who's coming through the glass with riot suppressant weapons that they're supposed to have. Hold the line with a.
They used a suppressant weapon. He maced him. We just watched him do it.
I watched him run the away. Hey, look, it worked. The guy was almost.
Because how many people are right outside? Also, can you go to like just 520 for like just a few seconds more at like 524? Is that the guys opening the maglock doors, or are those doors being kicked open?
I'll just play it so I can see.
Or I'm sorry. At 50 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yeah. So he kicked that one open. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like. So which one of these doors needed somebody from the inside to open it?
I would have to go find the video now.
Okay, so you're lying, right?
No. Shut the fuck up.
You're lying.
Destiny.
You're fucking lying.
No, you're lying. You're lying
Hold on,
right
wait,
now.
Artemis,
You're
Artemis, wait, because I did find the video you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to lie and he's trying to paint it as if I'm delusional. He does this as a fucking argument tactic. I'm not letting it. I'm not fucking buying it, Destiny. You're bullshitting here.
Okay, hold on. I posted it in the yard general. Go to about 30 seconds and watch the rest of it. It's a minute and 30.
Is it a minute 30 or? Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, a minute 30? This is a minute 26 second video.
No, start at 30 and then just watch the whole thing.
Okay. Or here, I'm muting this and I'm playing it all.
Rioters who were already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. Is holding a Trump flag, with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. Through a line of Capitol police officers and overtook the area.
Okay, what am I supposed to take from this video?
I have no idea.
Okay, so whatever maglock door, this maglock door that's open, the rider's already in the Capitol, right? So the very first, so the first people that got in the Capitol didn't get in because somebody opened a maglock door on the other side, like mysteriously. It's because they broke through the windows and then they kicked open a door, right?
Not that other door, which we can go back to. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police presence should have swarmed that window and actually held
That's fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue is that the maglock doors don't require.
Yeah, this is just like fucking. Yeah.
No, you're just hand waving. I don't. You can keep talking, people, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So, Artemis, just real quick. So,
Go for it.
I dug in my files because you given me a lot of evidence over the years. So I dug in and I found a I found this video, and it was basically labeled because you can see two guys that are kind of wearing like riot gear that open the door in this one. The as it was labeled from when I got it from either you or somebody else, it basically said those two guys are Capitol Police, and they're opening these doors alongside other rioters because they're in on it, and then letting them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly, because, well, I mean, it could be, but that's not the one. No, there was another one where a guy physically tried to shove open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door, and then turned around and then opened the door. That's the video I'm looking for. So now
you mean, so where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Because I would rather, if that is true, that it was a legitimate protester doing it, the police officer should be charged with endangering everybody in the building.
Or at least that's true, yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable for that situation, and that's my issue with it.
Okay, can we zoom out? What do you think the goal for the Capitol Police should have been in that moment? Like, broadly speaking.
Well, one, I'm sorry, for the door.
Is their primary job to protect the people inside of the building, or is their job to protect and ensure that no one breaks into the building, or should they have managed to somehow
that should be one? That's
superhero do everything simultaneously?
That's one and the same. Holding the building's perimeter.
Okay, no, that's like wrong.
I don't know why you're telling me this. You have no idea how security works.
Well, Joel, hold on, wait, just to be, wait, hold on, I'm so sorry, wait, just to be clear, hold on, wait. Artemis Fowl, you have no idea how security works. You will never be able to show me a single video of 100 cops holding off 20,000 rioters. What you're saying is wrong.
Why is that the stipulation? Why is that the stipulation?
Because what you're talking about is not standard procedure for, so we can drag in cops or Secret Service or SWAT or anybody you want. There is not a single law enforcement official that will ever back up what you're talking about, ever.
How many rioting videos can we see where 20 cops run at fucking 100 people throwing shit at them and then running them off because they were working together as a game? How many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
Tell me what you see when riot police are dealing with riots.
Weird.
What you see when riot police are dealing with, first of all, riot is not just 100 people. Okay, we're talking hundreds or thousands of people, right?
Okay.
What you usually see is cops allowing riots to burn out by directing people down other streets, by using huge crowd control measures, by having a ton of police officers available, and generally letting people wear themselves out and maybe arresting the ultra-violent ones. But that's a lot different than people are trying to break into a specific area. There was nobody to push these people off to a football court. They're breaking into the Capitol building.
There's no funneling them
Are all cops meant to hold a fucking building? Or are the Capitol Police very specifically trained to do a thing, which is protect the fucking Capitol building?
Probably to protect the Capitol building.
Maybe their training would actually allow them to coordinate a defense of the Capitol building from
which they
like
did
this.
successfully. The goal of the Capitol Police is to ensure that the people inside aren't harmed, which is what happens. The goal of the Capitol Police is not to fight off a crowd of 50 to 100,000 Trump sycophants that are trying to break in. You could never train that few people to do that unless they're Terminator. They're going to start bringing M2.
We don't want them to be Terminator. We don't want them to start killing people.
Yeah.
Right? It's good that they didn't kill thousands of protesters in that situation, right? Like, even the situation where they're Terminator, or whatever the fuck it is, like, that's bad. We don't want that, right?
Should I just address you, Destiny, because Quibbles is like asking questions that are irrelevant to the situation.
M249. And no, he's not asking irrelevant questions. There is no world. There is no world where they're trained to prevent this. Like, it's just.
Okay, so there are procedures and ways to handle rioting at the Capitol. They train for it.
Really?
I don't know why
Link it. Show me. Why is it the focus then? Why isn't the focus on the failure of them to perform their duty rather than the failure of the National Guard show? Why they even bother calling the National Guard? They're like, oh no, we got it. Don't worry, we got over 150 people here. We're good. 10,000.
So who was investigated and in charge at the National Guard for failure to show up or to push in?
Most of the inquiries are around the lieutenant of the Army Secretary, and I think the guy above him who is Milley, I believe. I don't remember the lieutenant. Yeah, but the question was,
what happened with them? What happened to them? Were they investigated? Were they charged?
They weren't charged with a crime because I don't believe that they.
I'm asking for fucking accountability from people, and you guys are fucking.
What is accountability? No, you weren't just asking for accountability. You were asking for a criminal charge. There are different ways.
Yeah, that'd be accountability.
Well, it could also be negligence, right? But it's hard. But it's hard. hard. But negligence is not always criminal, and it depends on if it was an individual who was negligent or if the system was fucked for some other particular reason. Okay, and if you want to get into that and who should be responsible, that's fine. None of this means that 100 people can hold the Capitol.
Well, okay. Well, I guess that is your.
Also, wait. Hold on. Wait. Just wait, real quick. One thing. Where is this evidence at all that there is a maglock electronic system that can never be opened from the inside?
Why don't you just look up maglocks on Capitol door buildings?
So I'm Googling this, or
Capitol building doors. There you go. Yeah, just fucking look at it.
So if I look at maglock on Capitol building doors, am I going to find something that shows me you can't open it from the inside?
Yeah, they're designed to not open from the inside. Once they're locked in an emergency situation, the only thing that can unlock them are supposed to be signals or codes sent directly from the security office.
Show me that. Can you show me that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up.
While you're pointing it up, let's just point out part of the reason there are only 140 people there is because Trump refused to send the National Guard.
That's not
well, that's a more. You're right, but that's not the point.
It is
actually.
true.
No, it is true. Actually, I'm sorry.
No.
My bad.
Here we go. Here's the line to win the debate.
I got
Come on, Dusty, do it.
mind-fucked because Artemis Fowl it sucked me into this conservative
room. Lie for your fucking teeth because you want to win a debate.
Quibbles is absolutely right that if Donald Trump would have said, "Hey, I need the National Guard there right now," it would have happened. That is true.
Okay. That's what you're saying. It wasn't that he asked for the National Guard and he offered it, and then Mayor Bell
he never made a formal request, and those were days before, and they were to protect his people, not the Capitol.
He did. He never made a formal request, but the formal request was day before. Okay, which one? Which one is it?
I didn't say a formal request was the day before. He said something in a conversation offhandedly. He never put in a formal request for protection.
Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look at 3 things.
No, you don't. I just want to show me this thing because what you're saying offhand, it sounds to me like an egregious violation of fire code. If anything else, you're telling me that somebody can push a button and nobody can get out of the Capitol. They're locked in.
It's for active shooter and stuff like that. It's not a fire code issue because if it was a fire, normally it's a fail open. There are some skip areas where it doesn't fail open, but that could be a fire code. I have an issue with that. But the issue being is that maglocks are there. They're locked down in case of active threats. That's the whole point of why they are designed.
Okay, so I'm curious. Okay, I'm not trying to be bad faith. Okay, and I do have issues sometimes. So can you tell me? I'm trying to figure this out. What can you read this for me?
What is it? Is it in the general? Yeah.
What does it say?
What about it? Okay, it's the emergency exit.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3 seconds. Door will unlock in 15 seconds.
Correct.
That's the sign right in front of the maglock door.
And do you understand how a...
So then what you just said, was a lie, right? What you just said was a lie, that they don't need another person to open it, right?
No, look, during times of active threats, that gets overridden by the maglock doors.
Oh, okay, show me that.
So I did dig around a bit, and the claim about the maglock doors shutting down during a threat comes from the original source of it is a now deleted tweet from the Twitter account Swank for America, where apparently it said, no, this is where the claim came from. It was repeated multiple times on multiple websites because of Swank for America.
Okay, my fucking building has maglock doors. I understand how they work.
Your building has doors that magnetically close that don't let people escape? Are you in the United States of America, or?
Hold on. No, my building isn't designed to not let people escape. They have a building with maglocks that can be activated and can be held without during times of like
that are outside external facing doors.
Like a triangle fire about this or something.
Well, that's the issue with skiff doors. Things about failing closed with skiffs. They don't fail open. You can't just fail open the fire alarm with a skiff.
So yeah, Swank for America was apparently a lawyer for the Oath Keepers who posted it on Twitter. It just kind of came out of nowhere. It was reprinted by the Epoch Times, and it was reprinted by the Gateway Pundit, and then it kind of became a narrative. But I don't know where the actual original claim comes from.
Yeah, I don't base my thing off of fucking Twitter people.
Well, that is exactly where your claim came from, just to be clear. But
no, where did I say that was a thing from Twitter?
Because
Maglock doors work that way.
No, I don't think they do.
Okay, well that's because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna go watch this video. I'm gonna count the seconds. I wonder if it's 15 seconds. I'm gonna find out. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, Kai goes over here. 333. 334. He's trying to open it, and then he turns away. 334. So we would expect to see what at like 349? He's trying to open it, it's not opening. 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348. He's pointing at this. 349. Is it open now? Oh, how great! Oh my God! How? So you know what? And you know what? This is MAGA. You know why? Because this guy right here, the guy, this is what he actually thinks. The fucking retard that we're talking about. This is what he actually thinks. He's like, oh, so right here he says, hey, secret government agent 42 or agent 42, I need you to open the door. And the guy's like, okay, hold on 1 second. We've got the Trump kill shot file right here. Okay, we've activated Operation Murder Trump and frame him. Got it. Door's open. In reality, he's saying this. He's going, hey, jabroni. Hey, I can't open the door down here. And the guy's like, hey, you fucking retard, read the sign. He's like, what, for the door? I can't open the door. And he's like, yeah, open the door. It's 15 seconds, you dipshit. Just open the door. It's open. Oh, you sure, buddy? Yeah, try and open it. I can't open it, man. Just try it, you motherfucker. Really? Are you sure? Okay. Oh! Okay.
Okay, go for him.
So I watched it. So typically, every single thing that you presented about this was a lie. You said that he looked up, that he was communicating with somebody, he needed somebody to open the door. It looks like what happened is literally exactly what was written on this sign. He tried the door for about 5 seconds and it didn't open, and then he walked back, and 15 seconds later, it's about 20 seconds, he goes back and tries to open it, and go figure, just like the sign says, the door is open.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't take your word for that. I don't care what you were trying to imply that it is.
I'm not implying. It's literally, we have a picture of the sign. We have a picture of the sign. We watched the guy trying to open the video, and then it literally fucking happened.
Do you have the video? Can we see it?
Yeah.
I want to see it too.
Okay, it's in general. Go right here at 3:30. That picture that I linked you of the sign, that's literally the sign right in front of the door. Okay? Go to 3:30, watch your time, count the seconds. I don't know what he's saying now because you don't have volume.
Actually, any period. It's from the beginning, the same sign. Yeah.
Is it the Substack link or the other one?
The first link is you can find the guy at around 3:30. He's going to break into the door at 3:30.
What does that mean? Does it skill my crops? Holy shit. That's cool, fuck. Interesting.
Wow.
Wait, hold on. Start running.
The fuck? Oh. Holy shit.
Have you seen it, Artemis? I don't know what we're waiting on.
Oh, I'm watching the video. So he does that. He doesn't pull the fire alarm.
Why would you? You don't need to pull. Have you used a door before?
I'm not sure.
Hold on. I'm looking.
One wants to make shelter.
Keep clicking the wrong fucking thing.
I'll keep it open.
You can make all the gestures you want. It doesn't.
It's just like, did he pull the fire? No, mother.
Yes.
It's the United States of America. Are you serious?
So.
Just go see see what's happening.
He's at the correct.
Oh, gosh.
You're watching the Eastern Rotunda video, right?
Yeah, the issue being is that that sign that is being pulled from, I don't even know if that is actually from that Rotunda video.
You can literally go to 30 seconds and full screen the video.
Hold on. I'm not disagreeing. The issue is I don't even know if that's the same sign because it looks shorter. I'm not arguing that it's a problem. I can agree with you that it probably is the same sign. What I'm saying is that my issue was that the dude stared up and started talking and pointing at the door. That was my issue with that video.
Well, the issue is that you made an assumption that he was communicating with some secret agent.
No.
With no evidence, because of a tweet that was made and some crazy articles you read about this.
If the video, okay, if I'm referencing the video, I'm referencing something with evidence. I know it's not conclusive and 100%. That doesn't mean it's not evidence.
It's not evidence of anything. It is the sign. You can show you like 5 different pictures if you want of this sign over and over and over again. It is the sign. But
the issue being is that I referenced a video from memory about a thing that happened on fucking what? Almost
4 years
a
ago
year.
now.
Oh yeah, 2021. Yeah, almost 4 years ago. And then you're gonna fucking tell me is that I have to be in 100% perfect with my recollection, accounting for every variable that it's in it, and then you can rely on your.
I don't care about your recollection of the memory. The issue is it wasn't just you having the memory. If you would have been like, I think somebody might have helped, or I think something. Blah, blah, if you're something.
Let me read this shit. And Tizzy, I propose a round of drinks to settle the nerves. I don't think I've ever set foot in this place. It's actually kind of cozy. I'll keep everyone safe from the toxic rain. There must be meaning behind the nature. I'm just trying to tell you something. What's that? These indication things. Oh well. Get settled. Head over. Oh shit. We got a job. Oh. We got nothing. Why is this closed today? 23rd. 3, 4, 5. Rough Derby. Never seen rain before. It must not be too dangerous if you made it here. I want to go exploring, but I can tell my mom is kind of worried. I don't want to add to her stress. Oh god, no customers anymore. This green rain and my ledger will be in the red. What is this fucking altar? Back here. I'm interested. What is this? Miss Bean pains me to be the bearer of bad news, but I feel obligated to inform you of your recent development most threatening to your livelihood, Jojako. I've decided to expand into Pelican Town. It's too late for the protest. Jojo builders have already broken ground for the New Joja Mart. This must be devastating news for you. So many years of business, a local standby, and now obscured by the shadow of a powerful, efficient, economically viable corporation. What a shame. As manager of the new Joja Mart, I feel to some degree personally responsible for your predicament. As such, I'd like to offer you a position as assistant grocer. Wages start at 5G an hour. I'd look forward to seeing your resume. Mr. Morris, manager. Oh, shit. What a scumbag. Go back. Okay. Oh, fuck. What is that? The hour passing by or something? I need to see what that, can I go down here? Can I put shit in this? Potato and meats maybe. I found it. Look up what the sound notifications are. Oh, I still got. Do I have enough room? Yeah. Let's go grab this new club. What the fuck is this guy? Don't mind me, Ninja. I'm just collecting some samples. This may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh, it's Demetrius. God, that was a goddamn... You see my wife? Can you tell her I'm okay? Go in here. Oh, that's a special. Oh, fuck, okay. Realize I had a special. Christ, are we done? Jesus. It's rock. Shit. Damn it, why don't you stop? Oh my god. I fell asleep right in the middle of that. Oh no. That sucks. pike to power my latest invention. It's the only thing that will work. Any pike? Like the fish? Train's passing through. I'll get you anything today. Oh, nothing. Ooh, slate. Oh. Piece of copper. More slate. The copper. When trashing an item, you reclaim 52% of its value. Oh. Sounds pretty good. Trash some stuff. Get bars. It's only 1,000. Everything's a couple of days with this fucking guy. guess. Need iron bar. Oak steak. Stone, wood, and fiber. Okay. Stone. Oh, hardwood. Oh, I don't think I have 10 hardwood. Copper 40. Fuck around with tree. Maple, oak, or pine tree. Okay. What happens with that, I guess? Or stay ground. So I better head back. Can I get them grapes? I didn't make it to the next elevator, did I? Oh, these guys. Ooh. Area is infested, huh? Oh shit. Shit. Oh, great. Low battery, yay. Come on. Man, I don't want to fuck with this. Yeah. Need to be a lot more energy and shit than that. Fishing rod proficiency. Crafting recipe bait. mining. Crafting recipe. Transmute. Recipe. Glow ring. Stone ring. Begin strong. He's acting up again, and you know what helps ruin the darn thing with hot pepper. Trouble is, my supplies run dry. If you got in despair, I'd be much obliged. What? Hot pepper. Oh, yeah. Hot pepper. Fruit. It's a fucking fruit. Hot pepper's a fruit. I didn't know that shit. Fuck. Yay. So fun. Oh shit, what? Oh. Oh yeah. Where's George? Oh, Pike. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Oh, fuck. The fuck is George? Where does he live? Georgie. Where the fuck are you, Georgie? George. Okay. Just above the mayor's house. Across from the saloon. Okay. He's up. 8 o'clock. Oh, it's almost 8 o'clock. Let's get some of that sweet peas. Hey, Georgie. Oh, that's Alex. Yeah, it must be getting real strong. Actually, yeah, I got a sturdy ring, small glowing ring. And a club. Okay. This motherfucker's open. That's not what I wanted. Okay. This must be old George. Oh man. Oh. About this. Get long enough. Looks good, spicy at least. Bro, $200? That wasn't even worth it. Fuck. I'm gonna go bust open these couple of geodes since I'm over here. Oh. Doesn't seem like you have anything. Oh. Guess if we can sell all this other shit. Here, put it in my box. Need, healing and energy food. And just start seeing what I can bring down in the dungeon. Give me some extra life. Need some fucking recipe. Make some more bars. Oh, I should get 300 logs. That bridge on the beach. Damn it. Correct. Oh, this sounds like bubbles. Bunch of popping bubbles. 50 more. How do I chalk that shit? fucking grass. Oh wait, those melons I grew are pretty good. Chill. Use the melons to heal in the dungeon. I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Get after you, bitch. Oh shit. I need to get you. Right over there, it seems like this. Oh, here we go. Yes. Let's fix this bitch. Nice. What is worth being over here? Oh. Fucking sea urchins. Wonder if I can get what I get for selling all this shit. Dang energy. What's this? Nothing. Nothing to eat. I'm not far from home though. Oh yeah, actually I can. Dog, you scared the shit out of me. Shit ain't right there. I don't know how much moss is. Foraging. This shit was everything. A little bit. Fuck. Didn't give me anything, no. I thought it was gonna learn me something. And 700, that's okay. Copper ash. Trash can. Take the seed out. Oh yeah. Another thing for seeds. How's those melons at? Grab one of those. Maybe two. Take one of these and one of these. I've got some new items in stock. A deluxe fishing pole and some bait that you can attach to it. You need bait to make fish bite faster. Hope to see you soon. It's a lot here. Chills. Bloop. Yes. Yeah. I gotta get to 20. Actually, here for a while. Fuck. I hate this part of the dungeon. I need all the shit though. God. Get over here, motherfucker. Way. Fuck. You fuckers. Fuckers. Fuck, finally. 1920, I got 2 more floors. Get an elevator. Where's the fucking exit? It's gonna be the last rock in there. bugs. Oh, thank God. Oh, chest. Oh, fucking sword. Steel sword. Nice. Got fish here, huh? That's an interesting fish. Can. Gotta have a better pull of bait. I caught trash. Awesome. This 4 to 8 damage. That's fast. I guess I'll try it. I gotta stick with it. Shit. Need power. I guess I can get out of here. Got enough shit. And I'm out of healing shit. I made it to the next 20. Yeah, I need to go get my trash can. Golden trash can. Playground. Trash. Save deal progress. Blueberries. 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 Yeah, especially this ancient seed. Better sprout before fucking this damn season. some of these blueberries. Oh, not all of them. Blueberries. 7. Tonight around 10 o'clock p.m. a rare, beautiful event will take place. The moonlight jellies will be passing Pelican Town on their journey south for the winter. We're all gathering at the beach to watch. You don't want to miss this. Lock tonight. Damn it. Here goes the fish guy. Fish and pole. Hopefully it's not expensive. Oh, great. On the festival. God. Damn it. Not. Yeah. Good job. Steel trash can. Trashing an item you reclaim. 30%. Requires iron ball. Fuck, I don't know. Oh, who's that fucking? Oh. Huh. It's George. You look like a villain from behind. Jesus. Melon seeds. Blueberry. Catalog. 30,000. Tomato seed. 11 days. 12 days. 13 days. Great. I'll wait till next season to plant those just in case. I need that shit. Fuck. Alright. Fuck it. I'll play with no sound. I didn't need sound anyways. what I want to do. Just go back in the cave. Oh shit! Oh, my stuff is dead. Silver corn in this thing. Corn survives. How do I know what kind of plants are good to plant what season? Fall. Maybe the store guy knows. It's pretty. Seasons change. Need red snapper to eat in front of TV. Yes, we'll fucking try. Oh, I missed the goddamn festival. Shit. I wanted to go to that festival too. Boy there, son. Looks like decent weather for fishing, eh? No. Open a store. Oh, God. Come on. Hurry it up. Motherfucker. Go open the fucking store. Ahoy. Come in, make yourself at home. What's this, an animation? That's good stuff there. The fish go crazy for it. Make sure you wash your hands good after dipping them in them juices. Oh my god. The aroma has been known to linger for up to 7 weeks, lad. So you've been catching a lot of fish. Yeah. Not a lot. Not the fish type, huh? That's too bad. What's wrong? Iowa business has been tough lately. All started about the same time that the old community center fell to ruin. Me fish just don't sell like they used to. I've been working a double time just to make ends meet. No time for me own projects. But if things pick back up around here, I might have the time to show you something. Yeah. She's back there. An old friend. Seen better days. Can you just give me my new fishing pole? Someday, lad, you'll see what I mean. I gotta see what's back there now. Eight. Fiberglass bamboo. Man. That's a lot for a fishing pole. Ay. I'll have a little bit for paint. That's a lot for fishing pole. I don't think I'm ready to do that yet. Well, I thought I was gonna get it for free. Looks like what's her name ain't getting her trout or whatever the fuck tonight. Dungeon. All right. Yeah. Floor 20. It's floor 20. God. Give it to me, crab. Man, what is the fucking difference if I go that way or that way? Completely fucking random. I ain't gonna be able to tell when those bugs are. Fucking exit. There we go. Oh, really? Okay, I'm taking that damage. Good, I just need energy. Throw away rocks. Nice. This motherfucker's drop cherry bombs. Any of this. Like seeds, fuck them. So I got shit. Oh, I made it 25. Pretty good. Oh, Dexter. I mean, Demetrius. This time of year, I divert my attentions to fungi. Oh, yeah. That's a good tip. Okay. Now, they need like 5 iron bars. Oh, 5 and 2,000 gold. Should get copper. Oh, what the fuck's going on? Oh, hello. I entered this up at the perfect time. It's a new special orders board. Oh, and I built it from scratch. All you did was hold the nails. Ignore her. Well, let me explain. He was farm back in business. The local economy has really been picking up. As a result, some of the local townsfolk have been asking me for a way to source local ingredients for their business or personal project. Oh fuck, I could sell stuff. When I came up with this idea, new special orders board where people can post bigger jobs than would make sense for the old billboard outside. Nice. Yeah, for example, I plan on requesting some hardwood for a bed I want to make. I won't put you on the spot, but if you want to help me out, you can just accept the job from this board. Who knows, maybe if it turns out well, I'll start selling them in my shop. I don't know, we'll see. Look forward to helping. I thought so. I wouldn't expect anything from you, Ninja. Anything less. You can say you're on board. Yeah. Well, I'm sure you're busy, so we won't keep you anyways. Keep you away from your work any longer. As always, I appreciate your willingness to contribute. Take care, Nick. Okay, let's see what you got on this fucking board. Oh, click on the board to get teleported to fucking where? What? Pretty little. Sorry. Run through. The number of grubs in the local caves have made mining dangerous for them. Not me, there's good money for anyone willing to slay 50 of them. 6 days? I require assistance on tracking down a rare, dangerous prismatic slime with the local caves. Bring me a jar of prismatic jelly. Fuck, man. Slay 50 of them? Yeah, I guess I can try that shit. We go now. Yeah. 50 years old. Ooh, some grapes. Berries. Oh, shit. Yeah. It's beautiful. Yeah, they do purple and green. On to 25 straight up. See any grubs in here? One. Fuck you, bitch. Mining. Wasting energy. Mining. I have to. Three. Way out. Used to sleep on, huh? I'm just gonna give up. Yeah. I waste energy. Shit. This is fucking wild. What a bullshitter. Dirty. There's no enemies in here. This is maze shit. Zombies. Clay people. Stone people. What's this shit? It's the copper. I need to go back. Back to 20. Almada. Shit up. Sleep off. Back. Enough time to do this. That's 7. Oh yeah, I need to go have a make me a new axe too. Let me throw something in. Blackberry? I can use that. Bug meat? Shit in there. Whatever. Level 4 combat. New crafting recipe. Warrior ring. Sweet. Warrior ring, huh? Warrior ring. Fuck, I need iron. Occasionally uses the wear. Frozen tier. Where the fuck do I get iron on frozen tier? I'd like to give my cows a special treat. They're such girls and hungry too. Could you bring me a bunch of amaranth? I love this stuff. Like, I don't even know what the amaranth is. These motherfuckers have become too demanding. Maybe. Need to. Okay. New axe. Transmute. 3 copper. Okay. I start cooking up. Let me go get. Bullshit over here. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Like 7 of these bitches. Oh. Thunder egg. It is. Bullshit. Clay. Earth crystal. Iron ore. Fucking limestone. Oh. I just wasted all my money to upgrade my tools. Yeah, else. Thunder. Make a steel pickaxe. I should go with the go. So, I need to strengthen my axe. Get anything? Nothing. We don't have a school here, but I'm doing my best to give Vincent Chase a proper education. Hey, that's April O'Neil. And the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm on to you. This guy's from I look for bugs, but my mom gets mad when I all dirty. Choice. Chrono Trigger. Let's see if there's any more shells on the. Little bit. It's worth a little bit. Okay. To the dungeon. Little bird. Like a chicken. Like this. Is it gonna be good for the dungeon? Demetrius? Money. Really? If we go down more. I'll go out of my way for this. Just give it a couple of, oh fuck. 2, 8. Okay. If they see. And drop it. It's gonna be another one of those fucking rooms where I can't find the goddamn exit. Fuck. Oh, let's get rid of that. Fuck, dude. Fucker. Oh my god. Fucking windy as fuck outside. What are these? Let's see. One of those. Trap. I have a dog. Yeah. Oh shit. Goddamn monsters. Bring me bullshit monsters. Let's see. Seeds in the stone. using this cookout thing. Let's actually put it. Let me sleep. Sleep. Man, read much. Okay. 4 days left. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make it, man. Mm. What's that? Strawberry. Hazelnut. Oh, nice. Nuts in the fall. Chicken bird look like mice. Teen. 16, 17. Great. Oops. Fuck you. Destroyed. Fuck. What's a topaz? What's the fucking noise? Connected. Oh. Sound now. Oh God. Get my ass kicked. Ooh. Slime Star General. What you got for me, Slime Star General? Carving knife, a small light blade, 1/3 damage, +2 crit chance. That's pretty fast. No. Fuck that shit. Like my big swing damage. Fuck them up. Get out of there. Juicy. Oh, fuck. Damn, I missed one. that area. Damn. Let's go slate. Weapons. Huh. What do I do with these? I guess maybe I can sell them to the store or something. Said it was her. Okay, what did this produce? Maple syrup. Whoa, look at that. Maple syrup is dope. 50 energy, 22 health. That's pretty good. Gonna fucking be straight drinking maple syrup. Takes a long time for this shit. I should probably build some more of those tree sap things. I think they're difficult to build. Oh yeah, 2 copper and 40 wood. That's not bad. Can make a couple more of those. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking geode. Fuck. This fucking thing. Christ. It's a goddamn exit. It's gonna be the last fucking rocket job. Jesus. Shit. If there's carrots in there, it'd be worth it. No. Fuck. Oh, shit. Loser. Fuck you. Christ. Where's the goddamn exit? Some of these are bullshitty. There it is. God. Hey. I need slugs. Where the fuck are the goddamn? There's another fucking one. Shit. Guys. Damn. Spawned another one. Fuck yeah. God, where did I get it? Seeds. Sap. Fire. The door's already open. Cave carrots. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go to the Adventurers Guild to get some kind of reward. Oh, fuck it. No, we're getting out of here. Greetings. Femur 611. Silverblade 850. Blade. Increase knockback by 10%. Man, I can need to get me a new weapon. Is my for 100. This is very pleasant to wield. Give me a thing. Insect head. Not very pleasant to wield. 2030 is fast. Fuck. Just got a new weapon. I just got a weapon. It's a lot of monster killing. Go here. Go. Chewing stick. The fuck. Oh, look at that. Badass insect hand. Fuck. Could have stayed in there long. Inventory is flowing. Working. Okay. Audio. Let's head on over there. The trees with this one. Fuck. Smokey back here taking a shit. The fuck is this old man doing? Smokey back here taking a shit. What? I don't need to be friends with you. Okay. Start. What does that do? Now we cutting through these motherfuckers. Getting this copper. Now we one-shotting this shit. The bug hand. What's up with these guys? Take two hits. Bug. Go down quick. Here. Fuck off. Hi, Thunder. Wonder if my headphones are charged. Oh, what the fuck? Sweet. Oh, what is that girl doing? What are you doing? Beautiful house. It's amazing. Now, it's my sound. Stop. Yes. It's my sound. Audio. Well, I need to reset. Save and reset the game. Get my sound back. Do that after I finish it. My house. Okay. Upload that shit. Yeah. Those drops. Mm-hmm. Yes, east. Good they can tell you. Okay. Good they can tell you. Is there any more Gunther can tell yous? Let's go to sleep. Oh shit. Saved, right? Hopefully. All right. Let's see if I can get my sound back.
Never confront a woman ever. I just want to make sure we all understand that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Kyle.
I gave you I asked you to give me an example.
Forth. So keep those super chats coming in and we'll keep having this discussion go.
Just
I'll talk-
oh no, maybe like no, that
Whoa. What the fuck is happening? Where's that goddamn echo coming from?
So how did you come to that conclusion watching this video footage?
What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Deep into the fucking weeds here.
Wait, I'm sorry, wait, and that video.
Great. Why is
Memory.
my sound so fucked here?
I thought he was looking up at the camera.
Okay, so it's not the
point
camera. He's probably just looking at other workers that have just walked
Yeah,
upstairs.
but you're asking me about something I.
Oh, I know what's happening.
Again, you're asking me a thing. You're asking me to provide evidence for that thing that I remember from 4 years ago, and from my memory looked sketchy when I saw it. And then you're going to then imply bad faith
because you didn't say you saw.
Fuck. What is this wild fucking echo shit? Let me see if it's on the game too. It might be echoing. And I can't really tell. Hopefully my voice ain't echoing. What the fuck is even happening? Okay. I should have sound now. Christ. What is echoey still? This monster, I'm not scared at all, but it should make mine safe for everyone, right? Take this blueprint, I hope it doesn't make me obsolete. Geode Crusher. Oh, sweet. I should have went for the other one. Oh, Geode Crusher. What is this? Geode Crusher breaks geodes open automatically. Oh, fuck. A diamond, 2 gold bars, 50 stone, and a diamond. I sell the fucking diamond. Oh no, I put it in the goddamn museum. Fuck. Okay, patrol. Oh my god, 6,000. Number of grubs in the local caves. Fuck yeah. $6,000. Paste. Properties. Desktop. Monitor off. Monitor off. Is that better? Let me see.
Actually, 100% the way
You
it
didn't
was.
say that you saw stuff that
Wow.
looked sketchy. You said that somebody needed to be held.
Oh fuck, shit was monitoring. Oh good, I fixed it. I'm a genius. Okay, let me get my axe. I got 6,000 gold now. Fuck. What is this ticket? I got 2 tickets to paradise. Prize ticket. Bring this to the prize machine in Lewis's house for a special reward. Okay. Next time I'm gonna something like this. So it's not even time for fucking Lewis's house. I think it's fucking 8:30. One of these places. Hey. Oh shit. That's cool. I just get whatever's next in line. Ooh. Nice fucking broccoli. Wait till 9 o'clock before I can go on the goddamn place. What's a place? Smith. Maybe I should go get that fishing pole now. Yeah. Just definitely go get that fishing pole. First. Get my axe. I care about soul right now. Water can. And running for steel for this. Got all kinds of star seeds. Alright. Doing these yet. What Eatables. Oops. Damn it. That's right. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I get that hard. What? The hollow log. Okay, let's see. And 10 moss. And build this one. Let's see. What's more of those? What's this? I need a diamond. Bug meat to make bug steak. Yes. God, bait bug meat. Transmute. Good. Grows mushrooms every so often. The more wild trees are nearby, the better it works. Okay. Wild tree. How's the doggo? You barking at? I don't know what the fuck that does. The phone? Oh. I need to go cut more wood. The wood. That's not what I meant to do. Gas. Upper. What's this? Me sell hats. Okey pokey. Come to old house. Poke. Bring coins. Hat mouse. Where? It's been so long since I heard from you, dear. Things are the same as ever back home. I miss you very much. Love, Mom. Found an envelope with some money. Grandpa left for you 500 gold. Oh, sweet. It's blackberry season right now. The bushes are full of them. I want to pick some, but I lost my basket. Can you help? I guess. There. Nah, I'm running around doing shit. Instead of wild plum. Blackberries in the bushes. Propeller hat? What the fuck? Just believe I'm putting that goddamn propeller hat on. Goofy hat with the propeller on top. Let's go! Propeller hat! Bad I can't fly or something. What the fuck is this? Secrets. Bathhouse. I think anybody's in there right now. Oh no. Any berries, blackberries or something. Blackberry season is the right time. This is just pine cone, probably. What the fuck that was? Blackberries. I'll catch those fucking birds one day. Yes. Nothing in there. Yeah, what the fuck did she want? It's blackberry season, I can't... Linus can't find his basket. Help him find it. He has no idea where it is. Christ. Oh, fuck would I know where it is. Skeleton in there. What's this? The master of 5 ways may enter. I'm a master of 0 ways. Is there a way to get down there? Get out of here, you dumb little birds. Cats. Good old cap. First string daisy to put in your hair. With a creased build, looks like it's been through a lot. No. I got a better one. What's this? Bring some stones over here and fix this shit. Don't be a nerd. What doing, wizard? What's that, young wizard? I need you to trust me. How can I get you to trust me? You won't let me do anything. I want to be a fucking wizard too. You fuck out. Linus. Where the fuck does Linus live? Fuck is Linus? motherfucker. Find Linus's basket and return it to him. I don't know where his fucking basket is. I don't even know where he lives. Fuck does Linus live? Your Linus? My Linus? Vincent. Chrono Trigger guy. Are you Linus? Probably not. You're definitely not Linus. You're a woman. Whoa, what the fuck? No, I'm on to you, April. No, not yet. Fucking Captain Linus? Lewis. There, I'm looking for a big water bug guts. The juicier the better, at least that's what the crab seemed to like. 100 pieces should do. Got the urge to make my famous giant omelet, but I'll need 2 dozen eggs. Any takers? No. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I don't know where that motherfucker's at. I don't know where his fucking basket's at. Is this even a time sensitive thing? It's not. Collect a bunch of bug meat. Place bug meat in barrel next to Willie's house. I think I got like a fuckload of bug meat anyways. I'll just go use the shit I got. What the fuck was that? I saw you in these bushes, motherfucker. Fuck. I could have swore I saw something jump up in the bushes. What kind of shit is that? Much bad guys. Oh, yeah, I got 200. time. Worcester, nice. Ooh, nice. Okay. 1 week from today, we're holding a Stardew Valley Fair in Town Square. It's the biggest event of the year. Draw people. Display for event. Bring it up. 9 items that best showcase your talent. You'll be judged on the quality, diversity of your display. The fair. What? Diversity of your display. Just bring up 9 items that best showcase your talents. Bring all those weapons and shit. Where? Willie's house? The fuck is Willie's house? Willie. Where are you, Willie? Who the fuck is Willie? Where's this goddamn house? Who the fuck is Willie's house? Fuck. Place in a barrel next to Willie's house. Barrel next to Willie's house. Would that be this guy up here? Who the fuck is Willie? Do you know where Willie is, bitch? Linus. Oh, he's the one that lost his fucking basket. I wonder, oh, he goes in here. I wonder if he left the bitch in here. Take a spot, eh? Fucking nothing in here. Worthless. Okay. Hello. Okay, animates. Welcome, but I'm getting off. Maybe stop by again next time. Might be on tonight. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by.